Commissioners and public, the time is 10:01. I want to call the November 21st, 2024 Planning Board meeting to order. We are joined by our Vice Chair Bailey. Good morning.
Good morning.
We have Commissioner Giraldo with us.
Good morning.
And Commissioner Washington.
Good morning, all.
And I'm Chair Shapiro. Please note that the deadline for all participant pre-registration and for all submission of materials and exhibits was 12 noon on the Tuesday before this planning board meeting. Registered speakers may join the meeting with the link provided in the email provided by the planning board office or listen by phone by utilizing the call-in number provided in the email. And of course, anyone may tune in to watch the planning board meeting via live stream. And if you wish to speak or become a person of record, you will see the information on the screen before you. In addition to our commissioners, we are joined by our associate counsel, Ms. Tallarico. We have Jessica Jones, our planning board administrator, Rhonda Ford, our technical hearing writer, and Sherry Connor, who is the acting development review division chief. Good morning, Ms. Connor. And of course, I want to thank Mr. Flanagan and Mr. Crum for helping us with technology behind the scenes. Just one note on item one, commissioners' items. I just wanted to note that last night we had another graduation for the Neighborhood Planning Academy. This is a wonderful, wonderful program. I think that there were, I don't remember how many, Sherry, was it 40 participants? I can't remember.
I think about 49 participants graduated last night, yes.
Yeah, and it was wonderful, and it's a 7-week program, and each of them got a chance to have a presentation and a special project of focus to them. It was empowering, and I think it's a really good conversation that we're having with the community through this program. So I just wanted to note that. We're also joined by Commissioner Dorner. So if we can add him to the list, we have a full complement today. Unless that's just a picture that somebody threw up. Commissioner, you're there, you're with us? Okay.
Yeah, I'm definitely here today.
Okay, all right. So we have 5 commissioners. Please note that. So in terms of order of cases, we're going to have a few changes. We're going to take up, when we get to regular agenda items, we're going to take up item 12 first. And then we're going to conclude with items 8 and 9, the companion items. The rest will be in order. So we'll start with 12, we'll end with 8 and 9, and the rest will be in the order in between. And we're on to item 2. I would look for a motion to approve the draft minutes from November 14, 2024.
Move approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
We've got a motion by Commissioner Washington and a second by Vice Chair Bailey. If there's no discussion, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0. There are no legislative items this week. We did have an item 3C that was removed from the agenda related to the budget. And we'll move on to item 3D. This is from the Corporate Budget Office, fiscal year 25 budget adjustment for the Planning Department. We have our Corporate Budget Director, Ms. Charles, who will be speaking. And I'll turn it over to you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Again, Terry Charles, Corporate Budget Director. I'm before you this morning to ask for your approval of a budget adjustment on behalf of the Planning Department. The department is seeking to reallocate funds to support its imperative, the Missing Middle Housing Study. As you are well aware, much attention is being placed on housing availability in low to moderate income households and its impact on both family and neighborhood stability, as well as the workforce and local economies. As such, the department has identified $500,000 in budgeted funds from its countywide planning division and support services, and they're seeking your approval to transfer those funds to the community planning division, which includes their neighborhood revitalization section, to support the study's consultant costs. And my colleagues are available as well to add further context to the request before you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Ms. Charles. Commissioners, my 2 cents is that this is timely and important. but I'm happy to, if you want to hear more content from staff, we can have folks come on and give the rationale for it. I'll leave it to you if you want more information. We're okay?
Fine.
I think we're okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. Thanks. Thanks, everybody. Mr. Charles, Ms. Coleman-Williams, thank you. And I would look for a motion.
Move to approve the transfer, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Vice Chair Bailey with no discussion. I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington,
I vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey,
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo,
I vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0. Thank you, Ms. Charles.
Thank you very much.
Next item on the agenda is item 3E. This is a Parks and Rec item, Randall Maintenance Facility Land Disposal. Mr. Sun will be giving a presentation on this. Mr. Tyler, you want to kick this off?
As always, good morning, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the Planning Board. I am here to say good morning to you. Happy Thursday, and let's turn it over to Mr. Sun.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning, Chair Shapiro and fellow planning board members. For the record, my name is Paul Sun, Land Acquisition Specialist, Department of Parks and Recreation. Next slide, please. We're here today to present a land disposal request for land at Randall Farm Maintenance Facility. For those of you unfamiliar, Randall Farm is a major maintenance facility for the department and houses our facility services division, along with the greenhouses that grow those lovely poinsettias that you guys will be seeing in the next few weeks. The property is located on the east side of Ritchie Marlboro Road, approximately 1 3/4 miles north of the intersection of Maryland Route 4. Next slide. Over the course of many years, there have been many permits issued at Randall Farms for ongoing improvements. One such improvement was in 2018 with the installation of the solar field project. A waiver was obtained from Department of Permitting, Inspection, and Enforcement, DPI, for the full width right-of-way and frontage improvements. Since that time, we have decided that it'd be a public benefit to dedicate the full width right-of-way, as there's quite a bit of frontage along our property, which extends from North Riding at Marble Ridge to Brook Lane. Next slide, please. Which just shows all the frontage improvements, or the frontage right away. Next slide. The dedication is in two parts. It's roughly 1.09 acres along the north side. Next slide. It's 1.09 on the south side. The total dedication is roughly 2.18 acres. Next slide, please. Staff has determined that the 2.1 acres will be a good public benefit, as DPW&T can make road improvements Ritchie Marlboro Road whenever it is deemed necessary. Staff has determined that the 2.1 acres will no longer be needed for park purposes, and the dedication will be at no cost considerations. The approval of the disposal is subject to final approval by the full commission. This concludes staff's presentation, unless there are any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sun. Commissioners, questions for staff on this item?
No questions.
No questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Sun. The staff is looking for us to approve this item. What is your pleasure, Commissioners?
Move approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Vice Chair Bailey. If there's no discussion on the motion, I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington,
I vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey,
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo,
I vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Sun. But don't go away, because we're now on item 3F. This is another Parks and Rec item. This is for the HARP program, Historic Agricultural Reserve Preservation Program. Mr. Sun, turn it back over to you.
Good morning again. For the record, Paul Sun, Land Acquisition Specialist, Department of Parks and Recreation. This item is related to the department's land preservation activities. We're requesting approval of an easement purchase agreement under the HARP program. The HARP program is administered by Janine Nutter, Prince George's County Soil Conservation District. She's not able to attend today, so I will be presenting on her behalf. Next slide, please. The property is on the east side of Croom Road at the intersection of White's Landing Road. The easement's contiguous with MNC PPC property, Patuxent River Park, and another HARP easement, although this map doesn't show it, directly to the south, which was acquired in 2016. Next slide, please. The proposed easement is 36.4 acres in size, includes the area to the south, like I mentioned. Next slide, please. A quick recap of the ranking criteria that I'm sure hopefully everyone's familiar with. Next slide. It scored total of 65 points. Next slide, please. One more. Thank you. Appraisals on the property indicated a value of $7,008.79 per acre. The owner has accepted this offer and executed the purchase agreement. Next slide, please. In summary, DPR staff recommends the planning board the approval of this easement purchase agreement and requests that resolution approval be added to today's consent agenda item if agreed upon. This will allow the executive director to execute the necessary documents to purchase the easement. This concludes staff's presentation. Are there any questions?
Questions for staff? A process question for me. You said, Mr. Sun, that this is going to be added to the consent agenda?
There's a draft resolution, I believe, that was.
But you're still looking for us to approve this item?
Yes, correct.
In advance of approving it on the consent agenda. So we're going to take action twice on this?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Commissioners, any other questions for staff on this item? If not, I would look for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we move forward with the easement purchase agreement.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Vice Chair Bailey. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Sun. Much appreciated. Thank you, Director Tyler.
And thank you, and a happy Thanksgiving to all of you.
Thank you. You as well, sir. So now we're on our consent agenda. I have to say I'm a bit confused because my consent agenda does not have the item that we're looking at.
Mr. Chair, Sherry Connor for the record. Good morning. Item 4D will be a supplemental consent agenda item for a draft resolution 2024-116 for the HARP program that we were just discussed in item 3F.
Okay, all right. I don't know why it's not on my agenda, but so be it. If you all have it in front of you, I would look for action of the consent agenda, Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, after consideration of the record for item number 4D, I move adoption of the staff findings and approval of the items on consent agenda in accordance with the recommendation of staff.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Vice Chair Bailey. If there's no discussion, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0. All right, now we're moving on to regular agenda items. And we'll start with item 12 on our agenda. This is the request for reconsideration hearing for preliminary plan of subdivision 4-23008 Capital Beltway 2. As you all know, this case was continued from the planning board meeting of November 14, 2024. The preliminary plan of subdivision was approved by the planning board on September 5, and the resolution adopted by the planning board on September 26. Fort Washington Forward requests a reconsideration hearing for approval of 4-23008. Just a few items in terms of our process. We'll hear from staff. Then we'll hear from the requester. That will be Mr. Owens. And Mr. Owens, there are other people who signed up to speak. If you feel that there are other people who are going to, it's important for us to hear from, I will leave that to you, but we're working under the assumption that you are the voice of the requester of this reconsideration. After we hear from you all, we'll hear from the representative for the project, Mr. Haller. We'll have questions, I'm sure, as we go along, and then we'll turn back to you, Mr. Owens, for the final word on this. This is not an evidentiary hearing, so I'm not going to be swearing anybody in or anything like that. And then the only other thing I want to say before we go with staff is that, you know, what's before us, again, is this request for reconsideration. And I want, for the record, for my colleagues as well, I want to be clear about what is and isn't before us. The purpose is solely for us, for the planning board, to review the record of the case to determine if there was an error in reaching its final decision. So we are not here to further flesh out or relitigate any of the issues that we heard. This is not a reopening of the case. This is simply to reconsider our final decision based on that one thing. Is there any fraud, surprise, mistake, inadvertence, or other good cause? That is the only thing that is before us. Good cause refers to some new or different factual situation that justifies a different conclusion. So we're limiting the testimony to that. And again, Mr. Owens, we will, after staff, we'll turn to you and see if there are other folks who we need to hear from to hear for us to make this decision around the request. Any questions about process?
Mr. Chair, I have to recuse myself from this one, and then I'll be back on once it's finished.
Understood. Thank you for noting that. So we will not be hearing from Commissioner Giraldo on this, and we'll pick up with you afterwards. Okay, so let's start with staff. Ms. Gupta, I think you're going to start with you. Is that right?
Yes, Mr.
and
Chair.
then we'll turn to Mr. Owens.
Thank you. Doing a quick sound check.
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. For the record, I'm Mridula Gupta with the subdivision section. Item number 12 on the agenda is a reconsideration request for preliminary plan of subdivision 4-23008, Capital Beltway 2. The planning board approved the preliminary plan on September 5th, 2024, and the resolution was adopted on September 26th, 2024. By letter dated October 3rd, 2024, Fort Washington Forward, a party of record, requested a reconsideration of the planning board's approval of 4-23008. This request for reconsideration was scheduled to be heard at the planning board's November 7th, 2024 hearing. However, the November 7th hearing was cancelled, and this request was moved to the November 14th hearing. The planning board approved recess of the hearing to today, November 21st, at the request of the applicant's attorney, Mr. Tom Haller. The applicant has also submitted into the record their response to Fort Washington Forward's request for reconsideration. Several exhibits were also received in support of the request of reconsideration. These exhibits are also included in the backup. Per Section 10E of the Planning Board's Rules of Procedure, the board may only adopt a motion of reconsideration if, in furtherance of substantial public interest, the planning board finds there was an error in reaching its original decision that was caused by fraud, surprise, mistake, inadvertence, or other good cause. Fort Washington Forward claims the planning board's decision, as memorialized in its resolution, failed to adequately address significant concerns related to the impact of the development on traffic, the environment, and conformance to the 2006 approved Henson Creek South Potomac Master Plan. Fort Washington Forward also submitted testimony analyzing the impact of the development on the environment. Fort Washington Forward does not claim the planning board's decision was caused by fraud, surprise, mistake, inadvertence, or other good cause. Instead, they are asking the board to take another look at the evidence, accept new evidence concerning the project's impact on the environment, and consider changing its decision. Fort Washington Forward first states that the traffic study submitted by the applicant as part of the preliminary plan application did not assess the full impact of the proposed development on the surrounding transportation infrastructure. Secondly, claims the proposed development deviates from the principles and goals of the master plan. Thirdly, Fort Washington Forward asserts the environmental assessments submitted with the application did not fully account for the project's impact on the environment. The traffic study and environmental assessments submitted by the applicant were contained in the record of the case and subjected to staff review and recommendation in the technical staff report. The issue of master plan conformance was also reviewed by staff in the technical staff report. Officers of Fort Washington Forward and other persons of record were afforded the opportunity and did provide written and oral testimony on traffic impacts, environmental impacts, and master plan conformance. In addition, the approved certificate of adequacy ADQ-2023-014, which is not the subject of this reconsideration, evaluated the impacts of this development on transportation facilities. The certificate of adequacy imposed limits on peak hour vehicle trips and required the construction of improvements to existing roadways. The planning board evaluated conformance of the preliminary plan of subdivision to the master plan, and its evaluation is included in finding 6 of the resolution. Regarding concerns about environmental impact, the project was evaluated and will be required at the time of permitting to meet the county's and state's regulatory requirements related to noise control, dust control, erosion and sediment control, stormwater quality and quantity. Environmental impacts of the project were also discussed during the September 5th Planning Board hearing and were considered in the decision making as evidence in finding 13 of the resolution. Conformance of the preliminary plan to applicable environmental regulations contained in the master plan, prior subtitle 24, the countywide green infrastructure plan, and the county's woodland and wildlife habitat conservation ordinance were also evaluated. If the planning board finds its decision was in error due to fraud, surprise, mistake, inadvertence, or other good cause, it may grant Fort Washington Forward's request for a reconsideration, and staff will provide an analysis on the merits of the request at a later planning board hearing. If the planning board fails to make such a finding, it may adopt a motion denying the request. Failure to take any action will cause the request to fail by operation of law. This concludes staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gupta. Commissioners, any questions for staff?
Yep, I have a quick question. So, like normally, what you mentioned earlier that we have to consider fraud, surprise, mistake, inadvertence, or other good cause. is usually criteria that we would consider for a reconsideration, for lack of better words. So I'm a little bit confused that if the opposing party hasn't raised any of those issues, why we're even hearing this today. Because if we were, I'm not a lawyer, but if we were in a courtroom and something was filed like this, the judge would just immediately dismiss it on not having any standing or not having filed like the actual criteria for having a case or whatever. Like, so I'm a little bit confused if they haven't even done that, why we would even be talking about this right now. And I'm also a little bit concerned about the precedent of just reopening a case that we've already ruled on just to have more evidence if it doesn't meet any of those criteria. So do you have, I don't know if we need legal to respond to that or.
I think Commissioner, we could have legal respond. Let me give you my 2 cents. We, to your point, what we're here to do is to be that judge and to determine whether or not this merits reconsideration. So we are not reopening the case at this point. All we're doing is being that judge and determining whether there's any merit to the request for reconsideration.
Yeah, but they haven't made the request on what's required. Like, if it doesn't hit any of those criteria for us to consider, like, there's nothing in my mind for us to consider.
Then you
Motion.
right. Then that's the decision that we either will or won't make based upon what we hear from the requester. But let's hear from legal too, just to see if Ms. Tallarico, you have a way to respond to Commissioner Joyner on that as well.
Certainly. So think about reconsideration, we think about it in two parts. The first part is the opportunity for the requester to come in and state that there has been an error in the planning board's decision due to fraud, mistake, surprise, inadvertence, or other good cause. That's what we're evaluating today. The requester has the opportunity to do that not only in the written materials submitted, but also at this initial hearing. So today you're deciding whether to reopen the case. You're not reopening the case. The case has not been reopened by the requester's filing of the request for reconsideration. Rather, today you're at a crossroads of deciding whether, based on what the requester has submitted and the arguments they make today, that there has been an error that justifies reopening this matter. So at the end of this hearing, you'll certainly have the opportunity to make the motion to decline to reopen the matter. And that's sort of the procedure where you are right now. You don't have to look into the merits of what the requester is alleging today. You don't have to decide that the decision made was wrong, simply whether or not there was an error. So we're sort of at the, I guess, for lack of a better but to use your analogy, we're sort of at the dismissal phase for the request.
I think Commissioner Dorner's question was a little different, and in that, yeah, he's saying that, and I would respond by saying staff has said that FWF has not made a claim of error. So when they present, we will hear from them whether or not they think they have, or we have, or have not. So that's really that issue. Staff is saying that there was no error made, but we haven't heard from the applicant or respondent, if you will, in that regard. I think
that is a much more succinct and eloquent way of saying my highly technical version of this. So
I work with a lot of lawyers, Ms. Tallarico.
Yeah,
you'll be my translator here then.
I think Commissioner Washington summarized what I was trying to express well. I'm just afraid that, like, this isn't procedurally how we should go forward. Like, if there has been no claim of error, there's no reason why we should even be hearing the case.
But we don't know if it's a claim until we hear from the respondent. That's the point. Right now, we've only heard from our staff.
Yeah, but I mean, procedurally, I guess that's correct. But procedurally, I'm afraid with any case that comes before us, if somebody just doesn't like the decision and they complain, they file something with the planning board, then we're going to get backlogged with tons of cases of people just saying, oh, they didn't like the decision. And if they're not actually making the statements that would rise to the occasion of us hearing it, we shouldn't even be having these procedures in the first place.
So you're saying you think that staff should have the authority to deny the request.
Yeah, if it's not in writing that says that it meets one of the criteria, that there's an error, and it's like, here's one of the few things that it could qualify for, not even worrying about the merits. If they're not even checking that box, it should never come before us. Because otherwise, everyone who doesn't get their way or doesn't feel like they got their decision could come and do that. And then that's just going to completely backlog us if this starts to go in that direction.
Can I make a suggestion here?
Mr. Owens, hold on. Let keep the conversation with. I appreciate it. We'll get to you, but let me keep the conversation with commissioners and staff at this point.
And I mean, let's just roll it forward and sort of like this thought experiment. So if staff say that they have not done this, then I would say that staff gets the way to decide whether or not it goes on the docket. And if the applicant's opposition or the applicant, whoever raises issues, disagrees with staff, then they should take that up with the planning board director, who would have the ultimate say about whether or not it goes on the docket. But if that hasn't been claimed, then it should never come before us. I'm just looking to procedurally to not get into this thing where we have every single case now coming before us because they just didn't like it. If they're not meeting the actual criteria and raising that, then no. If they raise this criteria, then fine. But if they're not making that threshold, then I don't think we should ever have stuff come before us on this.
So let me suggest, just because I'm mindful of where we are in the process for this case, and I think what you're asking is to clarify what our procedure is and who has the authority to do this. And I think that's a longer conversation. We want input from legal, from the planning director. We have to check the statutory requirements around that to see what we can or can't delegate to the planning director. I'm with you. I think it's worth a conversation. But we're not going to be able to make that decision today. So if it's all right, let's put that back on staff to help advise us as we move forward.
Okay, that sounds good.
All right. So back to the request. We've heard from staff. If there's no other questions from staff, Ms. Tellerico, is there anything you wanted to add on that before we turn to the applicant being the requester of the reconsideration?
Not at this time. I'm quickly
Okay.
reviewing your rules of procedure with respect to Commissioner Dorner's point.
Yeah, and let's we'll get to that. I would say not today, but please dive into that and give us some advice on that as we move forward, because Commissioner Dorner raises an interesting point. Okay, so Mr. Owens, we would turn to you as the requester, again. If there are other folks who you need to bring some information to us, you've heard loud and clear, we're not relitigating this case. This is simply, is there any, I won't go through the list again, but any grounds for a reconsideration based on what you've heard? If you could introduce yourself for the record, sir, and the floor is yours.
Good morning, Dave Owens from Fort Washington Forward. And this reconsideration, just to answer the question of the commissioner, I think a good place to start here is that this reconsideration falls under, in our mind, the category of good cause. In your regulations, when we went back and we researched, how to do this, it doesn't necessarily state that the requester needs to identify those different lines of fraud, surprise, mistake, inadvertence, or other good cause. But this certainly falls under the category of good cause. Anyone who was at that September 5th meeting, I guess 6 weeks ago, could see or could feel that there were significant, and we mean significant, issues with this case, which we will state here today. There's also new information. And so, I think one of the areas from a legal standpoint and just from a future standpoint that might help the commissioners in this process is just by clearly stating in your regulations how the requesters should proceed. We would have done that. It would have been relatively easy because there are newer factual informations that have come up, and we're going to state those here today. I think a good place for Fort Washington Forward to start. We've got a couple of presentations that we're going to be giving. But I wanted to start and give the floor to Delegate Ms. Jamila Woods, who is here, and also Delegate Chris Valderrama, who is here to speak, and let them go first. And then I'll come back with a presentation on the traffic study, which is flawed. That's new information. We will demonstrate that it's flawed, and we will prove that here today for the commissioners. So with that being said, we hope that we're ready to go. And we look forward to a really good meeting here today. I'll yield the floor though to Miss Delegate Woods.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks for checking.
My pleasure. And thank you for this opportunity. I'm Delegate Woods, Legislative District 26, and I do serve the Fort Washington area. I am concerned that there may be good cause for requesting reconsideration of the Commission's decision. There have been substantial concerns articulated by Fort Washington Forest with the building of the Prologis warehouse on Livingston Road. I am very concerned that there were issues with the traffic study and believe that it needs to be reconsidered, to be revisited, as it impacts the commercial traffic, impacts the noise congestion, wear and tear on local roadways. It's my understanding, and I certainly stand to be corrected, that traffic study was not approved in the sense that we were told it was approved. And so therefore, I believe that we have significantly relevant concerns, specifically as it relates to the unintended consequences of the traffic study. Also, it's my understanding the current proposal for the warehouse does not support the Prince George's County Councilmanic District Master Plan, which results in a nonconformity between the county's intended vision and Prologis' intended vision. And so I'm simply asking that the planning commissioners permit the district council the opportunity to assess the current concerns, complete a more exhaustive traffic study, and make the appropriate recommendations. Again, my concern is, in fact, with the good cause and how we understand how the traffic study will impact our area. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Delegate. We have Delegate Valderrama.
I'm not sure.
Are you on the line? We can always come back to her, Mr. Owen, so let me turn back to you.
Yeah, I would. I'll make sure that I connect with Ms. Valderrama to make sure that her phone connection is there. I'll also just continue before I get into my presentation here. I'll continue with the through line of my thought prior to. I mean, if you go back to the regulation, and this is just for the commissioners, it talks about reconsideration may only be granted if in furtherance of substantial public interest, the board finds that an error in reaching the original decision was caused by fraud, surprise, mistake, inadvertence, or other good cause. And I just mentioned that because I think it's really important that we don't, I heard Mr. Dorner's concerns about we don't want to set a precedent. I think he's absolutely correct. I think the precedent needs to be that this board make those decisions. I mean, there's a lot of things that are going to come up in terms of new information and factual that don't always happen at the point in time. And I think in the interest of good cause, the board go through the process no matter how long it takes. This is a project that has significant issues. And so I hope that we'll be interested in going through that. I'm ready for my presentation on the traffic study. I submitted a presentation and slides, and I'm hopeful that we were told that we were not able to advance the slides. So if I could ask for the support of your staff there to put those slides up, and I will go through my presentation on the traffic study and the flaws in that traffic study now. Is that something that we can do?
Yes. Sir, staff will accommodate you.
All right. And as they're getting prepared, Miss Valderrama, Delegate Valderrama, is here and she's unmuted, so she's ready to go.
Delegate Valderrama, do we have you? We do not have her yet.
All right.
I just want to note, too, that the transportation study, this is for you, Mr. Owens, the transportation study is primarily used for the adequacy analysis. So it's actually not what's before us. The only thing that the transportation study, wait, hold on a sec. All right, Delegate Valderrama's come back. The only thing the transportation study, was used for is to determine if the design of the subdivision was reasonable. So there's a limit to what piece of this is before us. So is there any mistake that's relevant if the design of the subdivision was not reasonable? It may be, we may be considering a narrower version of what you're presenting. We'll make that determination, but I just want to be clear about that.
I'll let the board make that decision. This is the planning board. There's been a lot of work done by work, I put that in quotations. There's been a lot of decisions made that take away detailed site plans and things of that nature, which are really guardrails for the public. Preliminary plans of subdivision are guardrails for the public. There is an issue with this traffic study that we are about to demonstrate to you now. If that's something that the planning board can look into and make an assessment, we hope that they can. If they can't, and we want to go forward with a project that we feel has a flawed traffic study, I mean, that's just something that we have to live with. We don't like that, but we need to definitely talk about that, or at least present that to the planning board and let them make that decision. So we just want to make sure that narrow or not, there's an issue with the traffic study, and we are going to present that here today and let the planning board move forward with that. So
understood.
Just a question for procedural stuff. Do we have to vote on having the reconsideration first based on what was raised before we get into like what the flaws themselves were?
No, what's before us, Commissioner, is whether or not we are going to reconsider this case. So all this is just about, to your point, this is just about, do we feel like there's enough grounds for a reconsideration?
Okay.
So there is a fine,
too much substance on it yet.
Right. This is the problem, is there's a fine line between how much content we get into. And I don't want to be overly restrictive with Mr. Owens and his team, but really, unless it's related to whether there's some kind of, we'll go through the list again, fraud, waste, inadvertence, then it's not stuff that we're considering, Commissioner. So I hear you. Mr. Owens.
Yeah, Ms. Valderrama has stated that she is on board and prepared.
Delegate Valderrama, are you online? We can hear you. I think I'm having our planning board administrator reach out to her to see if we can figure out the technology.
Okay.
But keep going.
Okay. So I'm just looking at the screen right now. I don't see the presentation up, but I'm just waiting for that to see if they get that up. We have it as well, but again, we wanted to.
Staff, are you able to access what Mr. Owens is asking us to see?
I need the page number.
Mr. Flanagan needs the page number, Mr. Owens. Do we know?
No, we just sent it to, we just sent it in and that was, and left it up to your group to prepare that. So
Miss Gupta can help God. I think she's raising her hand.
Ms. Gupta?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Washington. So Kenny, if you can open the additional material that's dated November 20th, and if you can start at page 15, I believe that's what Mr. Owens is mentioning. Page 15, 1120, not 1112.
Okay.
I think it's opponent exhibit 3 also.
Gotcha.
The last, yeah. And go to page 15 and see if that's what Mr. Owen wants.
And it's coming up now. It should be up shortly.
There you go.
That looks like it.
That is it. So again, our basic foundation, we talked about the three things already. So we'll get into, if you go ahead and forward to the next slide, please. So the traffic study that we are mentioning here fails to account for the different kinds of vehicle traffic produced by this development. That was brought up during the last the September 5th meeting by multiple people, including some of the commissioners as well. The traffic study does not take into account current traffic volume on Livingston Road. And this incomplete analysis is something that's commonplace amongst traffic studies in general. Go to the next slide, please. Since our last meeting, you're looking at quotes from two national studies where researchers highlighted flaws in how trip generation rates are estimated by the Institute of Transportation Engineers, which is considered the industry standard and which was used by this applicant for this traffic study. Fort Washington Forward also spoke to researchers at Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore and also UCLA. The research findings here conclude trip generation rates in general are often based on limited field studies and simple failed accountability checks. This is also the case here, which we will see momentarily. A true traffic analysis of this project must include current traffic counts on Livingston Road, as well as the additional traffic generated by new employees and delivery trucks of varying lengths by this particular project. Next slide, please. So Fort Washington Forward submitted a Maryland Public Information Act request to the Department of Public Works and Transportation to find out the current average daily traffic on Livingston Road and received the response that, quote, the information does not exist. So the slide you're currently looking at is from Fort Washington Forward's own 1-hour traffic counts that we took between September 16th and September 20th. We went out there and did it ourselves, during which we recorded between 548 and 737 vehicles traveling one way during peak time traffic. Next slide. The applicant's traffic study does not adequately address the scale of MDOT's proposed interchange construction on Maryland 210. Next slide. So the slide you're looking at right here identifies the three different upgrade scenarios that MDOT is considering at the intersection of Palmer and Livingston Road and also Maryland 210, including one scenario that recommends no turns onto Livingston Road. This MDOT project will dramatically alter traffic movements in and around Livingston Road. Informed decisions cannot be made regarding this development until the applicant conducts traffic studies based on all three MDOT scenarios. Next slide. Traffic generation rates used by this applicant to predict traffic trips are unreliable. Okay. The consultant used traffic generation rates from the Institute of Transportation Engineers, edition 11, which is considered the industry standard. Next slide. So you're currently looking at trip generation tables for logistics warehouses of this type. We've used red boxes to highlight that trip generation data for warehouses comes from only 2 field studies nationally, none of which are in Maryland. As a result, the Institute issues a disclaimer stating, quote, caution, small sample sizes. So in layman's terms, what we have here, the data used to tabulate traffic generation for warehouses of this kind is essentially a guess. Fort Washington Forward showed this traffic table to transportation researchers at UCLA School of Urban Planning, who all agreed this data is unreliable and tells us nothing about what will happen in our neighborhood. Next slide, please. So in summary, the daily average traffic on Livingston Road is unknown. We've got a lot of problems here. The daily average traffic on Livingston Road is unknown. The amount of large delivery trucks added to Livingston Road traffic by this development is also unknown. How the development ties into a major MDOT construction project planned for Maryland 210 is unknown. And the traffic generation data used by the Institute of Transportation Engineers is so insubstantial, they themselves issued a disclaimer. So for all of those reasons, that new information, Fort Washington Forward is recommending this project be denied based on those factors. So I'm going to stop and yield my time now and go back to Ms. Valderrama, who is now prepared to speak. So these traffic study inadequacies are the basis, the new information, and the basis for our reconsideration. What we're dealing with here is a project that is about to be placed on an area with one access road. We do not know the traffic. We don't know the current traffic. We don't know how much traffic is going to be added to this road. And so for that reason alone, and there are several others which we'll get to here, we think that is a significant factor into reconsidering this case. So I'm going to yield my time now to Ms. Valderrama, who I believe is back on the line now and ready to speak.
Delegate Valderrama, do we have you? We do not, unfortunately.
Okay. So our second speaker today was Gage Kerr, who is a research professor from the Department of the Environment and Occupational Health at George Washington. And he is going to speak to the environmental impacts of this. He is unfortunately not here, but he is part of our presentation. And I believe that presentation is up, and I will go ahead and I will summarize his thoughts. If your group could go ahead and get us to that spot in our presentation, I believe it's right before what you just had here.
Hey, Kenny, for that, you'll need to go to the file that's dated 11/12. And it starts on page 8.
Thank you, Ms. Gupta.
Mr. Chairman, David Warner, Principal Counsel.
Yes, sir.
I just want to interrupt here for a second. When there's written information submitted by an applicant who's a specialist in a certain area, that documentation is fine. The individual can appear and discuss their findings, but another person can't stand in the shoes of someone and summarize what they presented. So that wouldn't be permissible.
Let me push a bit on that. My inclination is to allow it only because this is not an evidentiary hearing, and what's before us is simply the request for reconsideration. And is there anything in there that Mr. Owens can interpret for us that would help us see if there's any, mistake, inadvertence, et cetera? Given that, I don't want to push too much because you give us sound legal advice.
Well, I guess it's not so much an evidentiary hearing. It's our normal rules. When someone appears to speak, they speak. They can't speak for someone else. If Mr. Owens wants to give his opinion on what that document says, I guess that would be fine. But he can't step into the shoes of another speaker any more than anyone else can stand here and go, I'm speaking for this guy that's not here. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, understood. So, Mr. Owens, another fine line here. If you want to summarize what the professor has said, we'll allow some flexibility with that. We do have the materials before us, so they can speak for themselves. But if there's some interpretation that you have of that you want to present, perhaps that's the best way to go.
I absolutely would agree with that. I'm certainly not a specialist and don't pretend to be one. Unfortunately, he just can't be here. I mean, the original date was moved. And so to go back to one of the commissioner's early points, I mean, trying to get everybody in the same room at the same time is always difficult. It is important for the commissioners in order to, I think, make informed decisions, which I'm sure you always want to make, that you have all the information, regardless of who gives it to you. I think that those things are important, and that's why we are here, and that's why we're here today. If someone's not telling us that studies are done based on 2 field studies, you may never know. And so regardless of who gives that information, this will be a summary. I'm certainly no scientist, but we're going to give it to you and allow the planning board, which is our guardrail, to make decisions and hopefully push for us. This is a study from Dr. Kerr, again, from George Washington University School of Environment and Occupational Study, research professor from the Department of Environment and Occupational Health, This was a 2-year study from 2022 to 2024, where his research team looked at 150,000 warehouses nationally, and they analyzed nitrogen dioxide levels around them. Nitrogen dioxide is...
Mr. Owens, I'm sorry, I got to cut you off. I don't see how, even the direction you're going now, I don't see that as relevant to what's before us, which is there some mistake, inadvertence in the decision that we've made? This is clearly relitigating the case, and what's only before us is a reconsideration request.
I would say that I would recommend then in your analysis of reconsidering that this part that you look at, because in the environmental piece of the puzzle, this was not mentioned last time, and the increased levels of nitrogen dioxide, which will be around these warehouses, which is proven in his study, I think is something that the commissioners should know and should understand and should take into account when they're making the reconsideration.
I hear you, and I'm gonna stop you going down this direction. This does not feel relevant, and you're speaking on behalf of somebody else. So, Mr. Owens, sorry to say, but hold off on this one.
Okay. And so the other speakers who are here today, I am going to let them step in as they see fit.
Testing.
I mean, those are, and I believe
that's
Valderrama there.
Mr. Owens, hold on one sec. That may be Delegate Valderrama.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, it's working now. Jeezy peasy. Okay, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, we're fine. Mr. Owens, are you okay if we turn to Delegate Valderrama?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good to hear your voice. If you can introduce yourself for the record and take it away.
I shall. Chairman Shapiro, Vice Chair Bailey, and Commissioners, I apologize. I'm not a techie person, but I'm not ignorant either. So Jessica knows that we don't know what's going on.
We're glad to hear your voice.
With that said, and I don't want to be repetitive of what Delegate Woods said, but I do want to make some certain statements just so I don't leave anything out. But first and foremost, though I am one of the representatives of District 26, I'm here before you also in the capacity as a a resident who lives very, very close by to where Prologis would like to potentially put this warehouse. And when I say close by, I mean close by. So with that said, I just want to make that note. And so for those of you who know, as Delegate Wood said, we represent the Fort Washington and much of Southern Maryland. And I just wanted to also begin by stating that it's important to acknowledge that established the zoning ordinances, and in this particular case, the property that is zoned, it is zoned industrial, but I wanted to point out that there are a number of, issues, nuances that need to be considered regarding the case. So first and foremost, this warehouse proposal, as Delegate Woods did say, does not align with the county's own master plan. And because of that, we believe there's a disconnect between the county's development vision, and the applicant's development vision. So with that, the planning department, I believe it's my understanding that the planning department said it, that, and I'm going to quote here, that either events have occurred to render the relevant recommendations within the master plan no longer appropriate, or is evidence that the district council has not imposed the recommended zoning. So I would like to emphasize that. With that, I would respectfully and strongly recommend that the planning commissioners grant the district council time to, in my opinion, deconflict this issue, because bypassing the district council sets a dangerous precedent for future development in our county. It also signals to developers that it doesn't matter whether their proposal aligns with the master plan, I will say again, as a resident that lives nearby, it has been my personal experience. I can say this, I am a lifelong resident of this district, not just 20 years or what have you. Like, I've lived here my entire life, and the area that this warehouse would like to go, I welcome any of you. If you've not been to this area, it is, though it may be zoned industrial, I can't imagine why it would be. Just the traffic alone that we deal with, and having 16-wheeler trucks coming through there is just absurd. I know a commissioner had mentioned earlier in this conversation that if someone doesn't like the thing, we shouldn't. And I don't want to go through that whole conversation, but I'm pleading with all of you that to take that to heart. I welcome you to come to that area and see what is potentially being talked about here. I will also say that in the near future, the area that they would like to come to in Livingston Road, it will be part of a major reconstruction plan already, that, with regards to Maryland 210, Indian Head Highway. And for those, again, who have not been to that area, if you have not, it's also the only access road. Livingston Road is the only access road for this proposed development. And the applicant needs to resubmit a more substantive, in our opinion, substantive traffic study that Mr. Owens had mentioned already, and Delegate Woods, to take, you have to take into account the potential trucks, the 18-wheelers, what have you, that already on the average comes through Livingston Road. So it's very neighborly. So I can't imagine why something like this would want to be put in that location. Southern Maryland, I feel, again, I'm saying this as a lifelong resident of Southern Maryland, in the southernmost part of the county. And I've said this to a number of people, I feel like my area is like the stepchild of the county. Like, people just want to come through here and just put things just wherever they want. And that's just me as a resident. Okay. So I will end by saying, finally, if this has not been brought up, I'm bringing it up. And if it has, I apologize for the repetitiveness. But in this particular case, the applicants, their past legal issues, I would say, calls into question whether they are generally committed to being a good community steward, a partner in this. And while I respect the argument that this property here is zoned for industrial earlier, there's very, very little road access space to support what the applicant put here, to do here. So for the reasons that I've mentioned, I feel that the approval of this development proposal needs to be reconsidered. And furthermore, this solely on intentional development along the 210 corridor, increase daytime workforce density that balances resources between the northern and southern portions of our county. And so with that, I respectfully request a reconsideration, and I apologize for the technical difficulties that I was having.
Not at all, Delegate Valderrama, and thank you for taking the time and working through the technical issues so we could hear your voice on this. Thank you. All right, Mr. Owens, we'll turn back to you. What do you have additional information for us related to this request?
We don't, unless there is someone out there who has an additional statement that I'm not aware of, but I don't want to step on their toes and not give them an opportunity to speak. But those are the speakers. I have a final word, but I'll hold off on that until the appropriate time.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, unless there's questions for Mr. Owens or any of his folks, I'm going to turn to Mr. Haller and give him a chance to respond. I do want to hear from staff again on thoughts, reactions to what they have heard, and then we'll give Mr. Owens as the requester that final word, and then we can consider our options. Mr. Haller?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Just quickly do a sound check. Can you hear me this morning?
Yes, we can. We can hear you fine.
Great. Thank you very much. Again, I represent the property owner and the applicant in this preliminary plan of subdivision, Prologis Exchange 9405 Livingston Road, LLC. I do have several representatives on the line with me today to answer any questions that you have. At this point, I only plan to have Mr. Lenhart speak, but we also have Ms. Samantha Mazo with Prologis, who is speaking on behalf of Prologis, and Mr. Ken Dunn, who was our land planner, who testified at the planning board hearing. The planning board knows well that we had a very lengthy hearing on September 5th, and we discussed every one of these issues that was raised today. I know that Mr. Owens has indicated there's new information, but we do not believe that the information that's before you is new. We think that you've heard all of these issues previously. And as you laid out very well earlier, the criteria for approval of a reconsideration is that first and foremost, the board has to have made an error. And second, that error has to have been caused by fraud, surprise, mistake, inadvertence, or other good cause. Mr. Owens has indicated that there is good cause to reconsider, but essentially he disagrees with the board's judgment.
I don't know if it's just me, but Mr. Haller, we lost you for a second.
Yeah, he froze.
You're back. You're back now. You froze.
Okay. No, I just wanted to reemphasize that the rules of procedure for the planning board make it clear that there must be an error, and the error is not an error in judgment. It has to have been the result of fraud, surprise, mistake, inadvertence, or other good cause. And so Mr. Owens has raised concerns about the traffic study, and I do want to make 2 points with regard to the traffic study. The first point with regard to the traffic study, and you also mentioned this, is that the traffic study was evaluated and as part of the ADQ application that was submitted. We had a certificate of adequacy that was approved prior to the planning board hearing, and that is not before you today. But in response to Mr. Owens' the concerns that he raised, I would like to ask Mr. Mike Lenhart to go through each of those points, because the traffic study was prepared in strict conformance with the guidelines for transportation that the planning board requires each and every applicant to address at the time of preliminary plan of subdivision. I think it would be helpful for Mr. Lenhart to review the issues that Mr. Owens raised and explain how those do not create an error from the standpoint of the planning board's consideration of the traffic study.
I'm fine to hear from Mr. Lenhart on this, Mr. Haller. And to your point, and reiterate that, make sure that Mr. Lenhart, when you're speaking, you are addressing these issues around error. And, this is not we're not relitigating this case.
Certainly. Do you need to swear me in?
Oh, this is not an evidentiary hearing, so you're good to go.
Okay. For the record, Michael Lenhart with Lenhart Traffic Consulting. I would start with on the additional backup, page 18 of 35. Just like to kind of go through those slides, which I think are the basis of Mr. Owens' accusations that this study is in error.
Ms. Gupta, is it the 1120 one or the 1112 one?
1112, Mr. Chair.
Okay, good.
There we go. Thank you. First of all, there's a claim that the traffic study does not identify how many cars or trucks will be added to the already existing traffic on Livingston Road. That is just not true. The traffic study includes peak hour traffic counts that were conducted during the morning and evening peak hour, consistent with the requirements of the Transportation Review Guidelines. We included an analysis of we included all of the background developments that are approved and unbuilt based on the approved scoping agreement. We included site traffic that is generated by the proposed warehouse using two different methodologies. The first methodology, Prince George's County Transportation Review Guidelines, contains local trip generation rates for warehouses. That's a standard practice that's been used for decades in the county. We use that rate. We also use the Institute for Transportation Engineers trip generation manual that has a land use code for high cube fulfillment centers. At the time, we didn't really know what type of warehouse this would be, so we included that as a cautionary measure to conduct the most conservative analysis that we possibly could, that is the highest trip generation for any of the warehouses in the Institute for Transportation Engineers. Mr. Owens is correct. There's limited data on that, but it is, they don't say in ITE not to use that data. They say to use caution. And again, it's the highest trip generator. It's 2 or 3 times higher than the county rates. We used it in an abundance of caution. And in fact, this site really does not even fit the definition of that land use. It's more likely to fit the definition of the standard warehouse rate.
Mr. Lenhart, let me pull you back a bit because, again, if you could just focus on responding to if there's any error.
There is no error. We conducted traffic counts. We did the analysis per the standards. It was approved by your staff. It was approved by State Highway Administration. It was approved by DPI. And the other thing, I guess, that I would say is they claim that we don't take into account the MDOT intersection construction. The guidelines and the ordinance requires those to be taken into consideration once they are fully funded for construction and you know what is actually going to be built. Right now, they are in planning and design. We don't know. The state highway doesn't have an alternate chosen yet. It is not funded for construction. It's not appropriate to include it in the traffic study. So in summary, there are no errors. This was fully approved by every agency.
Thank you, Mr. Lenhart.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Lenhart. And yeah, so with regard to the traffic issues, we do believe that these issues were raised previously. We do not believe there was any error. But more importantly, the traffic study was approved outside of the context of the preliminary plan and isn't even before you today for reconsideration. The other issue that Mr. Owens raised relates to the research that that Dr. Kerr presented a summary of with some slides. And I do want to note that this issue was specifically raised at the time of the planning board. I would note that in the backup that was submitted with the preliminary plan of subdivision, there were no less than 8 articles, blog posts, and research studies that were cited by both the South County Environmental Justice Coalition as well as Ms. Stacy Hartwell, linking to this very issue. And Dr. Care's slides simply are just additional information regarding the same thing. And I would also note that the planning board in the resolution, finding 16, on pages 34 and 35 specifically referenced that this information was presented to the planning board. And so it is not new information, it's simply supplemental information on the very same issue. And the planning board has already taken that into account and addressed it in their resolution. So for those reasons, it is our position that there has been no new information. There's been no evidence of fraud, surprise, mistake, or inadvertence. And for those reasons, we would request that the planning board not grant the request for reconsideration. Again, I'm happy to have any of our other witnesses available to answer any questions that the board may have. But we would, again, respectfully request that the planning board not grant the request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haller, Mr. Lenhart as well. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant of the project? None? Okay. Mr. Owens, I'm going to turn back to you if you have any final thoughts as we wrap this up.
Yeah, I would only say that the request for reconsideration, I think, is valid because of good cause. We do not know, no one here knows the estimation or the estimation of traffic. We don't know it. And so what the applicant is trying to do is cover this under this air of or sort of perception of professionalism that comes through the Institute of Transportation of Engineers, when in essence, the ITE or the Institute of Transportation Engineers tell you that the information that we provide that gives you traffic generation rates is flawed. It comes from a lack of studies. There is no accountability, and you need to use caution when you utilize these rates to then end up tabulating your traffic for this area. The applicant is also not given an estimation of how many trucks, what the sizes of those trucks are, and new employee vehicles. This project is going to be unique in the sense that it's not just going to add new basic, U.S. standard cars to the road. There's going to be trucks of varying lengths coming up and down Livingston Road, which is the only access road to this particular project development. And so without doing any of those things, we are moving forward here to make a decision, basically guessing what the traffic is on Livingston Road. And until the applicant goes out there and does a substantive traffic study, we're not going to know that. That is considerably problematic when you take into account a hospital has been projected for this area, and 2 townhouses have been projected for this area and approved for this area as well. Without knowing a substantive traffic study, this is a concern. We keep focusing a lot on this ADQ as if there's a place to oppose the ADQ. This is where you would oppose the ADQ. And the traffic study, which falls under that certificate of adequacy, it needs to be addressed here. And so that's why the traffic study is such a big thing. So I think for all of those reasons, the planning board should reconsider this under good cause. There is a lot of new information when it comes to this case. We don't know the traffic, and until we do, until we know how this project is going to align with major developments up and down 210, we need to stop. And that is our basis for this request for reconsideration.
Thank you, Mr. Owens. Appreciate it. Commissioners, we've heard the request. I'm curious where you are. I mean, I'm not hearing any new information. I'm hearing a reiteration of a number of points that we've heard when we heard this case. I certainly hear the passion from folks in the community, and I still hear a lot of opposition loud and clear. I don't hear anything from either what we heard from staff or from the decision we made that feels anything close to an error. But let me see where you all are with this, commissioners, and see what kind of action we want to take.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree, Mr. Chairman. I don't believe that we've made an error. I want to thank Mr. Owens and all who have testified this morning, and I can appreciate the comments and commentary, but we are held to very strict, we don't set policy, we just enforce policy. And so with regards to our regulations, our rules of procedure, all we can do is be guided by those. I think the information that you have, if you know your feelings are that strong, then there's not probably, but there's certainly other avenues through which that can then inform how we are making our decisions. But based on, again, our rules of procedure, our statutory requirements, I do not think that the threshold for having made an error has been met.
And Mr. Chairman, I also agree with Commissioner Washington. As I listen, I would like to be able to say that I could support Mr. Owens and his comments. Very passionate. I understand living in that area, not too far from that area. I do understand very clearly what he is discussing with us this morning. But in terms of our guidelines and what we have to look at, I think we made the right decision to begin with, and don't see an avenue that we can use at this time to change that decision.
Mr. Doran, anything to add?
Yeah, I'll just chime in and say, Mr. Owens, you're very articulate. So I appreciate you coming in here and very clearly spelling out your case. We don't always get that from citizens, which it's helpful to consider stuff. And just from an intellectual kind of perspective, I like to see things up along the border, to see like, how do we get across one way or the other and like really kind of push things. It just is an interesting thought exercise. I think this case, or at least the arguments on the reconsideration are to that vein. I don't, in my opinion, I don't think we've seen anything on fraud, surprise, mistake, or inadvertence. Whether or not the good cause, what's been alleged, qualifies under that, I think it's a close line. I understand the passion that you and the community have for environmental concerns, and I think that's why I pushed on this site to change some of the aspects of it. I realize the data quality, especially as like a researcher in my side job, is problematic or frustrating. I think that it's not just traffic. There's lots of data quality issues with county regulations that I'm not totally comfortable with, but it's not my job to change them. But in terms of the good cause, what I'm hearing today sounds like it's just a relitigation of the cross-examination that happened when you guys met before, because you'd asked about the turn lanes and different things when we'd heard the expert testimony before. I'm not hearing in terms of the good cause like new stuff that's come up, and in fact, I'm a little bit concerned in terms of like the phrasing of like, we don't know the traffic and we won't know it until a long time, and we need to stop until we know it. To me, that I agree that like you would want to have full information and perfect and complete information to make the decisions. The reality is we don't, and we have to trust some of these estimates to do that. And if we were to only wait to have complete and perfect information, we would never get anything done. Like we would wait years for that to happen, and that to me also kind of scares me, because if we were to go with this, it would set a dangerous precedent in my mind, where anyone who's opposed to any kind of development could come in and say, we're not going to know that the effect of the traffic until much later. And that's always true. And it's just the catch-22. Like you're not going to know the complete nuances of what's going to happen until it's actually come in place. I realize this may not be the kind of development you're looking for, and it may be frustrating to see it, particularly in your backyard, and very proximate to where you're living. But I'm just seeing this as a rehashing of what we've already heard. And to me, that doesn't raise to the level of reopening this, to think about whether or not we made a mistake and it would change potentially our decision within there or not, maybe. So if it had been different evidence or different things that like we hadn't heard, or there had been some sort of an event that changed the circumstances of this, and maybe I'd lean the other way, but I'm having trouble seeing the justification. But I appreciate all the effort that you put in. I think you're very passionate and very articulate about this stuff, which is great to see, like, people involved, even if it doesn't go your way all the time. Just, it's good to see the involvement that's very knowledgeable about what you're doing.
Thank you, Commissioner. So if there's no further discussion, Commissioners, what is your pleasure on this request for reconsideration?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we disapprove the request for reconsideration for preliminary plan 4-23008.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Washington, second by Commissioner Dorner. Under discussion, let me just say I associate myself with the remarks of my colleagues, and I'm confident that we're making the right decision on this. And I appreciate all the work and all the passion from the community as well. And if there's no further discussion, I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 4-0. Mr. Owens, thank you very much. Mr. Haller, Ms. Gupta, thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Commissioners, I would like to take a 10-minute break. So the time is 11:27. Let's go till 11:40. We'll start up again at 11:40, okay?
Okay.
What kind of snack do you have there, Ms. Tallarico?
Can you share with the
My
entire
husband
class?
made for me.
I got some figs that I can munch on. That's about it.
That's healthy.
Baby carrots here.
Your choice.
All right.
You're muted, Vice Chair.
She got some yogurt. And Manny, you know what I want that you just reminded me of?
What's that?
How about a whole plate full of pastéis de nata?
Oh, yeah. That would be perfect right now.
Thank you.
That would be perfect. Look,
It's
my
the
wife
best.
came back. Ingrid had to go to assist FEMA in North Carolina, and she was in Asheville for about 10 days.
Ooh.
And she found this bakery. Oh my gosh. It was a gluten-free chocolate cake, and then an eclair. It was about that large, probably about 6 inches.
Wow.
And I said, I'm going to eat on this all week. Well, it lasted till the next day.
All right, now you're
I
making me
told
hungry.
myself I didn't want to take up any more space on the counter. So I was doing the counter favor.
All right, Commissioners and public, we are back from a brief break. Staff, we're good to go. We're recording.
We're good to go.
All right, thank you. We are on item 5 on our agenda. This is, and again, just to remind folks, we're going to do items 5, 6, 7, and 10, and then we'll come back to items 8 and 9. Item 5 is a preliminary plan of subdivision, EPS 2022-019, Glendale Self-Storage. Mr. Tedesco is representing the applicant, and we have Mr. Bartlett, who is will be giving a staff presentation. I don't think we have anyone signed up to speak in opposition to this. This is an hearing. If anyone needs to swear somebody in at the appropriate time, I will. And we will start with Mr. Bartlett. Take it away.
Good morning. Quick sound check. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Perfect.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. For the record, I am Jason Bartlett with the subdivision section. Item number 5 on the agenda is a preliminary plan of subdivision for Glendale Self-Storage, case number PPS-2022-019. The subject project proposes one parcel for 135,873 square feet of industrial development. This application is also subject to an approved certificate of adequacy under case number 80Q-2022-049. No citizens have signed up to speak on this application. However, staff received one item of additional backup for this case prior to the noon deadline on November 19th. This item has been entered into the record as Applicant's Exhibit 1 and is a letter from the applicant requesting revision to 5 of staff's recommended conditions of approval. Staff have reviewed the applicant's requests, are in full agreement with the proposed revisions. In conclusion, subdivision staff recommend that the planning board adopt the findings and approve PPS-2022-019, as well as Type 1 Tree Conservation Plan TCP 1-029-2024, subject to the conditions contained in the technical staff report and as modified by Applicant's Exhibit 1. This concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett. Commissioners, if there's no questions for staff, we'll turn to the applicant. Mr. Tedesco, anything you want to add, sir?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Good morning to you again and to the Planning Board Commissioners and to all those in attendance. For the record, Matthew Tedesco from the law firm of McNamee Hosey here on behalf of the owner and applicant, Arkland Property Company and 10812 Maryland LLC. Also with me is our senior land use planner, Dominique Lockhart, and members of the applicant team, including Nana Bain, who is the development project manager, Emily Dean from Kimley Horn, and Michael Lenhart from Lenhart Traffic and Consulting. Nothing really to add. We just want to thank Mr. Bartlett for his review. We've worked very closely with staff, as you all have come to expect, have really gotten to a good place with respect to the recommendations. We are in agreement with staff's recommendations. We did submit Applicant's Exhibit 1. And in preparing for this hearing this morning, I noticed that I had inadvertently included a typo in one of the revised changes in Condition 1D. I neglected to put the letter O next to the T for the word to, so I'm hoping that your planning board administrator will make me look good and fix that typo for me in the final resolution. But other than that, staff is in agreement with our requested modifications to conditions. They're more housekeeping than anything. Staff and I worked on those together, and we, as the applicant as well as staff, are in agreement with those edits. This project has an approved special exception for the ultimate development of the property that was approved by the district council a few months ago, back in June of 2024. You all reviewed that staff report back in October of 2023. We since went to the zoning hearing examiner and to the district council for that approval of that special exception. This really concludes the entitlement process outside of the record plat for this project, and we thank staff for its review of all of the applications associated with this project, and certainly the recommendation here before you this morning. And with that, would respectfully request your approval as well. And we look forward to bringing this project online to further increase the tax base of Prince George's County for this permitted use at this location. And with that, Mr. Chairman, we do have the team here if there are any specific questions, but we would further just submit on our statement of justification, which is in your backup at pages 1 through 118, makes up our statement of justification for this project, and we would submit on that as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Tedesco. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant on this item? Seeing none, we don't have anyone signed up to speak. I will close this public hearing and turn to you. What's your pleasure on this item, Commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the findings of staff and approve preliminary plan PPS-2022-019 and TCP 1-029-2024 to include the conditions as outlined in staff's report and as modified by applicant exhibit number 1, and noting the technical correction is read into the record by the applicant.
Second.
We've got a motion by Commissioner Washington and a second by Vice Chair Bailey. Under discussion, does that include changing 2 to 2?
Yeah, that was a technical correction.
All right, there we go. If there's no further discussion, no further meaty discussion on this, then I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Tedesco. Thank you, Mr. Bartlett.
Welcome. Thank you all very much. Have a great day. And happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
Thank you, sir. You too. Move on to item 6 on our agenda. This is detailed site plan DET 2023-011 Addison Park. We have Mr. Horn is representing the applicant. I believe we do have somebody who's signed up to speak in opposition. Ms. Kosak will be giving the staff presentation. This is an evidentiary hearing, so when the time comes, if we do have somebody, I'll swear them in at the appropriate time. And I will start with Ms. Kosak for the staff presentation. Take it away.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, you're a little faint, but we can hear you.
Okay, let me see. This item number 6, is detailed site plan, or first of all, sorry, for the record, Jill Kosak from the Urban Design section. The item number 6, detailed site plan DET 2023-011 for Addison Park. In a letter dated November 5th, the applicant's representative requested a continuance of this item to the planning board hearing date of December 12th to allow for additional time to address issues. And the staff recommends the planning board approve the request for the continuance till December 12th. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kosak. And I apologize. I forgot to note that this is a request for a continuance. So thank you, Ms. Kosak. Mr. Horn, anything you want to add on that?
No, except to say good morning. And if there's somebody else who here to speak, I might want to add something. But other than that, we appreciate the opportunity to have the hearing on December the 12th. And I did note in the backup material that there was a letter sent in. We weren't aware of that previously. And so we will address that issue prior to the hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Horn. Mr. Edwards, are you on the line? Doug Edwards, going once, going twice. Again, this is a request for a continuance. If there's nothing else further before us on this, commissioners, again, this is not the evidentiary hearing because this is just a request for the continuance. What is your pleasure on this item, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the applicant's request to continue DET-2023-011 to planning board hearing date of December 12, 2024.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Washington, second by Vice Chair Bailey. If there's no discussion on the motion, I'll call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Horn.
Thank you.
And thank you, Ms. Kosak. Next, we have item 7 on our agenda, detailed site plan DSP 24004, Enclave at Westphalia. We have Mr. Meyerholtz who will be giving a staff presentation, and we have Mr. Haller who is representing the applicant. We also don't have anyone else who signed up to speak on this at this point, at least in opposition. This is an evidentiary hearing. If we do have somebody who signed up who wants to speak, or a member of the other besides the attorney, we'll swear them at the appropriate time. And we will start with staff. Mr. Meyerholtz.
Morning. Quick sound check.
Yes, hear you fine.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Board. For the record, I am David Meyerholtz with the Urban Design section. Item number 7 is detailed site plan DSP-24004, which proposes 356 single-family attached townhouse dwelling units with associated infrastructure and recreation facilities. The site is located approximately 3,900 feet north of the intersection of Maryland 4 Pennsylvania Avenue and Maryland 223 Woodyard Road. The site has an approved detailed site plan DSP-19017, also titled Enclave at Westphalia, which was adopted by the Planning Board on January 6, 2022, with a validity period of 3 years until January 6, 2025. The construction of this site is contingent on the completion of Bridal Veil Road to the north of the site, which is part of Comprehensive Design Plan CDPs-0501 for the Parkside development. At this time, no construction has begun on site, as Bridal Veil Road has not yet been completed. This application substantially conforms to the approved DSP-19017 and addresses the conditions of approval. If approved, this detailed site plan would grant a new validity period for 3 years. Staff has not received any letters of opposition to this application. Based on this evaluation and analysis, Urban Sign staff recommend that the Planning Board adopt the findings of this report and approve detailed site plan DSP-24004 and Type 2 Tree Conservation Plan TCP2-032-2021-02, subject to the recommended conditions of approval within the technical staff report. This concludes staff's presentation, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miles. Appreciate it. Commissioners, there's no questions for staff. We will turn to the applicant, Mr. Haller.
Good morning once again, Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Board. Thomas Haller on behalf of the applicant for this project, Enclave at Westphalia. I represent Stanley Martin Homes, and we also have with us on the line Dan Jackson with Stanley Martin, as well as Mr. Michael Enhart, who is our traffic consultant. If this project looks familiar, it's because you've seen it several times before. We had our conceptual site plan approved in 2020, a preliminary plan of subdivision approved in 21, and then the original detailed site plan approved in at the end of 21, which was valid until January of 22. As staff mentioned, although this property fronts on Melwood Road, access will be to the north from Bridal Veil Road, which is within the Parkside development. And the Parkside development, due to the slowdown in home sales resulting from the increase in interest rates, has not yet bonded and permitted the construction of Bridal Veil Road, and thus this project cannot proceed until that occurs. The board may remember that we filed a request for reconsideration about a year ago, asking to modify the conditions of the preliminary plan to allow us to vest the subdivision in a different manner, and the board elected not to reconsider the case at that time. And so in order to obtain additional validity period until that road gets bonded and permitted, we filed a new detailed site plan, and that's what's before you today. As staff noted, it is essentially the same as the detailed site plan that was previously approved, and upon approval will give us another 3 years to allow for Bridal Veil to be bonded and permitted for construction so that the development of the project can proceed. Again, I'm happy to answer any questions the board has, and appreciate your consideration of this request.
Thank you, Mr. Haller. Commissioners, questions for the applicant?
Just a quick question. Is this the one, Mr. Haller, where you had like Old Town Road going like south just slightly or Bridal Veil, and we were trying to get like an easement through there that you had trouble with? Is that the old case?
No, no. There's no. What we were looking to do was simply to allow a footing on to be poured without having had the road be bonded for construction in order to allow us to vest the subdivision. But it wasn't about an easement or anything else. We have access to publicly dedicated roads.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we have no one else who signed up to speak on this item. I will close the public hearing. Commissioners, what is your pleasure on this item if there's no deliberation?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the findings of staff and approve DSP-24004, TCP2-032-2021-02, along with the conditions as outlined in staff's report.
Second.
And a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Vice Chair Bailey. With no discussion, I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
Vote aye, Mr. Chair.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Meyerholtz, and thank you, Mr. Haller.
Very much, and happy Thanksgiving to all.
Thank you. Same to you, sir.
Thank you.
Next, we'll move on to item 10 on our agenda. This is detailed site plan DSP 23019 Swan Crossing. Just to note, this case was continued for the planning board meeting of October 31st, 2024. We have Mr. Foreman, who will be representing the applicant. We have Mr. Price, who will be giving a staff presentation. I don't think we have any opposition on this item as well. Mr. Price, we will start with you. This is an evidentiary hearing. If I need to swear somebody in at the appropriate time, I will. And Mr. Price.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Board. For the record, I'm Todd Price with the Urban Design Section. This case was continued from the Planning Board meeting of October 31st, 2024. Item 10, detailed site plan DSP-23019, Type 2 Tree Conservation Plan, TCP2-036-2024, and a variance from Section 25-122B1G, requesting removal of one specimen tree. For Swan Crossing is requesting approval for the development of 57 single-family detached dwelling units. Prior to the November 19th noon deadline, the applicant submitted an exhibit which revised a finding and 3 conditions to the technical staff report. Staff have reviewed the revisions and are in agreement with the proposed changes. To date, staff have not received any opposition to this application. Staff recommends the Planning Board adopt the findings of the technical staff report and approve DSP-23019, TCP2-036-2024, and a variance from Section 25-122B1G, subject to the conditions found in the staff report as revised by the applicant's exhibit. This concludes staff's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Commissioners, if there are no questions for staff, we'll turn to the applicant, Mr. Foreman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Board. For the record, Nate Foreman with O'Malley Miles, Nyland and Gilmore. Office is located in Greenbelt. It's my honor to be here this morning on behalf of the applicant.
You're a little soft, Mr. Foreman. It's hard to hear you.
All right, is that better?
Yeah, much better.
Okay, sorry, I apologize for that. So it's my pleasure to be here this morning on behalf of the applicant, whose representative is here, Mr. Craig Cohen. In addition, I also have our civil engineers, Mr. Bill Robinson and James Buckheister. I want to thank staff for their work in getting this case to this point. We did have a couple hiccups with some historical issues, but we were able to clear them up amicably, and I do appreciate we were able to get this matter for the board today. We do agree with staff's recommended conditions as revised, and we would request this board approve our detailed site plan. And we are more than happy to answer any questions that the chair or members of the planning board may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant on this item?
I know it's only 57, but I was wondering about at least some dog waste stations or bags.
Mr. Foreman?
Yes, Commissioner Giraldo, I believe that was one of the recommended conditions, was to provide at least 2 dog waste stations, which we have agreed to.
Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure. Thank you.
Yeah, I should. This is Todd Price. The condition is just to add 1 more trash receptacle on Swan's Court.
Mr. Price, you're breaking up. I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the condition is not specifically for a dog waste station. It is for a trash receptacle. So will be 1 on each cul-de-sac.
Okay.
So might we suggest, Mr. Foreman, that you're comfortable proffering dog waste stations on behalf of Mr. Cohen? I see Mr. Cohen nodding.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes,
I'm okay with that.
All right, Mr. Cohen.
I knew what the answer was going to be. I didn't even need you to.
Mr. Cohen, it's a formality, but I do need to swear you in. If you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
Yeah.
Thank you. And so that means you're under oath. You're proffering dog waste stations.
Yes, I concur. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. All right. If there's no other questions for the applicant, we have no one else to sign up to speak on this item. I will close the public hearing. Commissioners, if there's no deliberation, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the findings of staff to include the modified finding as outlined in applicant exhibit number 1 and approve DSP-23019, TCP2-036-2024, and variance to section 25-122B1G to include the conditions as outlined in staff's report and is further modified by applicant exhibit number 1 with the additional proffered condition by the applicant of adding dogway stations.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Vice Chair Bailey. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
Vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
Vote aye. I want to thank the developer.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0. Mr. Cohen, thank you very much. Mr. Foreman, thank you. And Mr. Price as well.
Thank you, Commissioner and the staff. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Have a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on to item 11 on our agenda. This is detailed site plan DSP 20050-02 Stevens Crossing at Brandywine. This case was continued from the planning board meeting of November 14, 2024. We have Mr. Gibbs representing the applicant. We have Mr. Huang who will be giving the staff presentation. Again, this is an evidentiary hearing. I don't think we have anyone signed up to speak in opposition, but I will swear folks in as appropriate when the time comes. And we will start with the staff presentation. Mr. Huang.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
You're a little soft, sir.
Okay, let me speak louder.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of Planning Board. For the record, I'm Emery Huang with Urban Design Section. Item number 11 is detailed site plan DSP-20050-02 Stephens Crossing and Brandywine. This DSP amends the DSP-20050 to develop 67 additional townhouse units, eliminate 116 2/2 units, add a townhouse architectural model, and add a roundabout at the intersection of Cattell Way and Martha Woman Drive. In addition, this DSP requests an amendment to conceptual site plan CSP-09003 to eliminate the previously approved 116 2/2 units and increase the maximum number of townhouse units up to 497 within the entire Stephens Crossing and Brandywine development. As a matter of housekeeping, this case was continued from the planning board hearing date of November 14, 2024 to November 21st, 2024. In addition, one exhibit was received from the applicants prior to the November 19 noonday light, which is titled Applicant's Exhibit 2. In that exhibit, Mr. Ed Gibbs, representing the applicant, seeks clarification of 3 conditions, which are conditions 1A, 1D, and 1F. Staff agree with these clarifications. Urban Design staff recommended that the planning board adopts the findings presented in the technical staff report and approves the amendment to conceptual site plan CSP-09003, detailed site plan DSP-20050-02, and type 2 tree conservation plan TCP2-008-2017-02, subject to the recommended conditions of approval within the technical staff report. This concludes staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huang. Commissioners, any questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll turn to the applicant, Mr. Gibbs.
Yes, good morning. And once again, how's my volume? Is that pretty good?
Your volume's fine.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, members of the Planning Board, Edward Gibbs, an attorney with offices in Largo, pleased to be here on behalf of ESC Stevens, LC, the owner and the applicant of this property. I'm going to be very brief. Stevens Crossing is in total 169 and some change acres. This application involves only 87.5, and those are the acreages assigned to the townhomes and the 2/2s, which are now owned by ESC Stevens, which is an entity controlled by Elm Street Development. And Mr. Jude Burke from Elm Street and ESC Stevens is with us today. And basically, the case was simple. Elm Street desired to have one product type, and so I was able to work with Ms. Connor early on to develop a strategy for how we would bring this to the board. The preliminary plan with changes was approved a couple of weeks ago for this, and basically we're just taking 116 2/2 units, and we're going to no longer have 2/2s. There will be 67 townhomes, residential townhomes, fee simple lots in their place, which will be added to the other 430, which we already have, bringing a grand total to 497. The reason for the changes to the conditions, not changes, but just clarifications, is that my other client, Route 301 Industrial Partnership, which was the master developer and continues to own the 800 multifamily entitlement and the 300,000 square foot commercial entitlement, they will be moving separately, obviously. But with that being said, I just want to thank Emery for his assistance in clarifying these conditions. And we really don't have any evidence that we would want to present that would require anyone to be sworn in. And other than that, we are appreciative of the staff's efforts and accept all the conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant on this item?
Just wondering about the provision for either a dog park or waste stations.
Yes, Commissioner, we have those throughout the development, and one of the conditions refers to those as well for this section. So yes, but we have them throughout the development.
And I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Gibbs. I know you were an honoree at St. John's on November 8th, so congratulations on that acknowledgement.
It's kind of you. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Appreciate it.
Commissioners, other questions for the applicant? I do. This is just because it triggered me from another case. And this could be a question for you, Mr. Gibbs or Mr. Burke. Would you consider these townhomes that will be for sale solar ready?
That's beyond my level of understanding, and I would defer to Mr. Burke.
Mr. Burke, let me swear you in if you're willing to speak on this issue. If you could raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that your testimony will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, consider yourself under oath. And yeah, the question is, what does solar ready mean to you, and would you consider these townhomes to be solar ready?
Good afternoon, Jude Burke with Elm Street Development, and I was actually going to ask you that same question. What does solar ready mean? Because I'm not sure. We're not going to be the builder. We do the land development, and I have Ryan Homes under contract to build the houses here, so I have to be careful about what I testify to. But people of the subdivisions we have built in the last 20 years, I see solar on the roofs in all those subdivisions that the homeowners have installed after purchasing the house. So I assume they're all solar ready. I don't know what else the builder would have to do to the electrical system in each house to make them any more solar ready than they already are though. So that's a long way of saying I'm not sure.
It's good. It's clear, and I appreciate it. And we don't have a representative from Ryan Homes here, do we?
We don't.
No, we don't.
I'm fine. I'll let it be. It was a carryover from a previous case in my head, so we'll just let it go.
We do meet, or we will meet all the EV electric vehicle ready requirements of the county code, but solar I'm less sure about.
Yeah, I was the one who had asked it on the other case, and the answer was actually yes, that it exists in our county. And I was told no, but that wasn't true. It took me all 30 seconds to find examples of it. But what ends up happening is that they put in rough ends for the solar panels. So there's kind of two aspects of it. One is just to make sure that the roofing supports the weight of the solar, which didn't happen maybe like 10 years ago or so for some of the townhomes. And when owners would go and put it in, they'd punch into some of the like Duradeck or other kind of like outside like wrapping that they would have, and it would actually void some of the warranty, and it would cause internal leaking on the roofs, which is extremely problematic. And sometimes it would actually collapse on the townhomes because the roofing wasn't supportive enough. It just couldn't bear the weight because they didn't anticipate having heavier solar panels on there. So one aspect is making sure that just the construction would support solar panels if they were installed. And the other aspect would be potentially offering the option for rough-in for solar down the road. And obviously, like, we're not going to condition that right now since you don't have the actual client. You're doing more spec development. But if you just kind of make sure that when you're going to Ryan Homes and talking to them or whoever you might join up with, that you just kind of pass that along.
Will do. I will definitely talk about that with them within the next 24 hours, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Burke, and thank you, Commissioner Dorner, for that.
Yeah.
Much appreciated.
Mr. Chair, the other thing is that with regards to the solar, Commissioner Dorner is correct that roofs built 10, 20 years ago cannot sustain, for the most part, the weight of the panels. And unfortunately, when you install solar in the county, the only permit that you need and the only inspection is the electrical. No one inspects the capacity of the roof to withhold the weight of the panels. So I know we don't control that, but maybe the council needs to consider legislation that has the inspectors or have the solar company have an engineer certify that the house can withstand that weight.
Thank you. Thank you for that. More to discuss. And Mr. Burke, thank you for facilitating this conversation amongst us. Much appreciated. Any other questions for the applicant on this item? Seeing none, there's no one else who signed up to speak. I will close this public hearing. And commissioners, what is your pleasure on this item?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt the findings of staff and approve the amendments to CSP-09003 as detailed in staff's report, in addition to approving DSP-20050-02 and TCP2-008-2017-02, subject to to include the conditions as detailed in staff's report and the clarification to conditions as detailed in applicant exhibit number 2.
Second.
We've got a motion by Commissioner Washington. Ms. Tallarico, before we even hear a second, you have a comment?
Yeah, I was just going to say that we don't per se need to revise the conditions in this case. The applicant just asked for clarification, which Mr. Huang gave.
Yeah, I didn't ask for revision. I just said to include the clarification to the amendments as detailed in applicant exhibit number 2.
Certainly. Okay.
Okay.
That's good. Okay, so we have a motion. Was there a second? I'm sorry.
Second.
Got a second by Commissioner Giraldo, I think. Any discussion on the motion? No discussion. I'll call the roll. Commissioner Washington.
I vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo.
I vote aye, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Dorner.
Vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey.
Vote aye.
I vote aye as well. The ayes have it 5-0. Mr. Burke, thank you. And Mr. Gibbs and Mr. Huang, thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
We are now on to items 8 and 9 on our agenda. These are companion cases, detailed site plan and departure from design standards, DSP 22001 McDonald's Acre Road and DDS 23001 McDonald's Acre Road. These items are continued from October 24, 2024. Just a few things to note. Pardon me. Want to go through, this is a continuation from previous hearing. It was on a limited scope. There are some procedural notes that I want to go through. First, let me go through the order that we're going to take this up. So we'll be essentially restarting the hearing from where we left off last time, which is with the applicant's rebuttal. So the first thing that we're going to hear is the applicant rebuttal of opposition to testimony at the prior hearing. We'll then hear from staff. There'll be the applicant can then argue or provide testimony on matters that are addressed in the staff report, in the addendum to the staff report. And then the opposition can provide testimony on matters that are addressed in the addendum to the staff report. Applicant will have a chance for rebuttal, and then we'll make some decisions at that point. There will be an opportunity for opposition to have summation and the applicant to have the final word. There will be cross allowed, as is our practice. I want to remind folks that we have a very limited number of topics that we're addressing here. So number one was transportation, and this is not off-site transportation per se. This is related to parking and loading and drive-through circulation, any conflicts with loading. This can include auto and bike and ped circulation, accessing the site and on the site. The other item is the accuracy of the NRI, environmental issues, and the stormwater design. We're reassessing whether the departure from design standards is going to address any of these trespassing issues. This is the SEPTED and public safety issues. And then finally, there was some specifics around historic preservation. So those are the topics that are before us. I will do my best to keep us focused and on task. I will ask council to help me with that as well, so we don't wander too far afield. Council or Ms. Connor, did I miss anything in how I'm framing this?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Ms. Talarico, Mr. Warner, we're okay? Okay, great. All right, so again, we will start with, this is an evidentiary hearing, so I'll be swearing folks in. Some folks were sworn in from before. Out of an abundance of caution, because I'm not going to remember who was sworn in and who wasn't, I'll just be swearing folks in again as we go along. There's no danger in swearing folks in a second time. So again, we'll start with the applicant. And this is rebuttal of opposition testimony from the prior hearing. Mr. Gibbs, any questions for you about our process? And are you ready to go?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Edward Gibbs on behalf of the applicant, McDonald's USA LLC. And yes, I am prepared to go. I do have a point of order because I think you articulated my understanding exactly. I have an opportunity to present some rebuttal to the opposition case that was put on and concluded on October 24th, and then we're going to move into the addendum of the staff report. Is that correct?
That's correct, and then you'll have an opportunity for rebuttal related to the addendum.
Okay, and the 154 pages of documents that were put in, I have an objection to something that's in there, and is that going toward the hearing on the merits from the 24th, or is that I didn't see anything in there related to the addendum in the 154 pages, but I do object to the Newsweek article Behind the Arches appearing on pages 29 through 93. It has absolutely nothing to do with the elements for the approval of a detailed site plan. I'm deprived of any opportunity to cross-examine a newspaper article from 2019 or a Newsweek article from 2019 that examines violence at many restaurants, not just McDonald's. And I do not think it's appropriate to be in this record.
Council, any thoughts, responses to that? Are we within our purview to strike that from the record?
So, Mr. Gibbs, you're referring to, I apologize, there's both a Newsweek article and a NELP, National Employment Law Project. So the National Employment Law Project is the one that starts on page 29. I'm just clarifying before we
Both. They're
Both that
both.
and the Newsweek article about
Yes,
the violence at the drive-throughs.
Right.
that's
There's
correct.
also there's multiple articles. Another one called from the counter. Fast
It's
food
all
articles are using 911.
yes. It was all
Um,
put in by one of the opponents, and again,
right.
it has nothing to do with the elements of approval of a detailed site plan. It's prejudicial and really reflects more on customers at establishments than it does on any of the operators of various restaurants that are shown both in the text and in illustrations. It's not just McDonald's in the first place. To me, it has no place in this record. All of it, from page 29 through 93.
29 to 93. Got it. Okay. I would say that the scope of this hearing was to address the continued hearing was to address transportation, the accuracy of the NRI, stormwater management design, and reassessing the trespassing issue, as well as the discussion of historic preservation. And the materials submitted into the record should go to those issues, unless the opposition has any claim that these materials about violence goes to any of those issues, then I believe it would be proper to strike them as irrelevant.
Let me suggest, commissioners, that we don't have enough information yet to see if, I'm thinking specifically, does this go to issues related to public safety and trespassing? We'll hear from the applicant if at that point it feels inappropriate. I'm happy for us to consider striking that from the record. It's hard for me to consider doing that until we hear why the applicant is bringing that to us. But Mr. Gibbs, I hear your point loud and clear.
Thank you very much. You referred to the applicant bringing that. We're not bringing it.
I'm sorry.
That's
the
okay.
opposite. Yeah.
That's okay. And one
I
further
still have
point.
4 Washington Ford in my head, which is flipped around.
I understand. One further point of order. There were 3 comments from planning board members, different planning board members, relative to removing trees. 2 of which occurred toward the end of the hearing before the continuance on October 24th, which I feel compelled to respond to because it deals with the departure from design standards.
This feels appropriate for if you're providing rebuttal to opposition testimony. It feels appropriate for you to, you're basically providing a rebuttal to what occurred at the first part of the hearing. That feels fair game to me if you want to bring that up.
I'm just responding. There were because this is procedural, and it's not in the way of evidence. It's procedural. There were questions about the necessity for the departure from design standards for the McDonald's application, and McDonald's is committed to this site with or without the departure. The original site plan that is in the record from McDonald's showed no trees removed from the rear of the shopping center with the exception of a few to accommodate the drive-through lane being installed, but all woodland conservation and buffer requirements were met with that site plan. There has been testimony that there was substantial community outreach, and the impetus for proposing to remove the trees resulted from requests in that community outreach due to safety concerns from people who live very close to the center and are regular patrons at the center. We took that up in order to address their concerns. And we think that the staff report is correct in supporting the departure. But I wanted to respond to the planning board comments that whether the departure is approved or not, that's up to the board. But we will go forward regardless of whether the departure is granted or is not granted. McDonald's has its own security and can keep its location secure. We were trying to help others. I would only say this is not a social issue. One of the commissioners mentioned that perhaps taking trees down should not address a social issue. This is not a social issue in our estimation. This is a protection of private property rights, as anyone I think would feel if they had trees in their backyard and people started trespassing and stringing tarps up. And that was what we were trying to address, to protect the shopping center and to protect the people who live in close proximity to the shopping center and who come there every day. But taking those trees down, we will move forward whether the trees come down or not. The departure was what we were pursuing for the others, and is not needed by McDonald's per se. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioners,
are we still in points of order, or is he already in his rebuttal?
Mr. Wilpers, we'll get back to you in a second. Commissioners, I need to take a 2-3-minute break. So it's 12:29. I apologize for this. Let's come back at 12:35.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. And Mr. Wilpers, I will get to you. Thank you for that. Procedurally, this is for my colleagues as well as I want to hear from the opposition and Mr. Gibbs. We need to take a break at some point, and I'm trying to figure out the best time to take our lunch break. And I'm thinking about 20 minutes, half hour tops. But really, let me throw it out there. Commissioners, what do you think? We could do it now. We could wait a half hour. We could even wait an hour. I imagine we're going to be going for a good hour or two. And I want to make sure that we take this break at some point in that process. I don't want to wait to the end of this. Any thoughts, feelings around this, recommendations? Mr. Wilpers, you have your hand up. I know it's not a lunch answer, but but I guess the question is, how hungry are you? Mr. Smith, how hungry are you? Mr. Gibbs?
I'll suggest that we finish what we couldn't finish in October, that is, get through the rebuttals. But in the meantime, I think Mr. Gibbs is out of order because he's supposed to be rebutting the testimony from October, and now he's rebutting new documents that were posted this week. I don't think that's part of the agenda. He has to wait on that, in my opinion.
All right, thank you for that. So in terms of the break, you're suggesting that we pick this up after I guess it would be after Mr. Gibbs goes, then we'll take a break. Others, Mr. Gibbs, that work for you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, certainly does. And as a matter of fact, in terms of rebuttal testimony, I have one witness, Mr. Michael Lenhart, and his testimony should be rather brief.
Okay. Commissioners, any thoughts, feelings from your side about when we want to do this?
That's fine with me to close out the prior hearing.
Okay. Mr. Smith?
Point of order. I mean, the hearing process, the structure is inherently biased from the start because it allows only the applicant to rebut, not the opponents. So that's one point. Now we've got a situation where Mr. Gibbs will be allowed to rebut twice. He'll be able to put on an expert witness during his first rebuttal. It's not clear whether we're going to have an opportunity to cross that witness. I'm just wondering how many bites of the apple more the applicant's going to get than the opponents. this has been a concern I've had for a while.
Mr. Smith, did you hear what I said when I went through the description?
Yeah, that Mr. Gibbs will be allowed to offer his rebuttal.
Well, you only heard that part. You didn't hear that you have the opportunity for rebuttal.
I understood that to mean during the new session where we're discussing the staff's latest memo. The issue, the narrower scope of issues that you presented for this hearing.
Right. So
it
staff
sounds like he gets rebuttal for the first hearing. We don't get summation from the first hearing. Then we go into basically a new hearing on this narrower scope of issues, where staff presents, applicant presents, we present, applicant rebuts, then each side gets summation. So you can see that the applicant is getting two opportunities to rebut here. And it's not clear whether we have an opportunity to cross him or his expert witness on this first rebuttal. So I'm just looking for some clarity here and just pointing out there's just this inherent bias that's already baked into the normal rules. Never mind this approach. Thanks.
Thank you. And do you have an opinion on when we take a lunch break, Mr. Smith?
One of our members is not here because he has to lead a webinar as part of his work, Alexi Bovado. So I don't have a strong opinion. As long as once we come back, our full team is here. I think Alexi said he could be back by around 1 or so.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, so we'll let's hear from Mr. Gibbs, and then we can make a decision at that point. Mr. Gibbs, we're back to you. This is your rebuttal of opposition testimony from the prior hearing.
Yes,
and
thank
to
you.
Mr. Wilper's point, I would agree that your comment was more related to something that's in the new testimony, but you did ask that question up front. So, in fairness to you, but go ahead.
Are you, Mr. Chairman? Are you referring to the objection I raised to the documents?
Yes.
Yeah. I didn't know where to raise it. That's why I asked.
No, and that's why you asked. So that I hear you.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay,
So go ahead. You're on rebuttal from the prior hearing.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Again, one witness, Mr. Michael Lenhart, and I would request that in anticipation of his testimony, Mr. Flanagan, if he's with us, bring up the additional testimony in the entry of September 24th, 2024. And in particular, the email from Ms. Melissa Shuruth. And I do apologize. I know I didn't pronounce that correctly, but I did the best I could. Yes, Mr. Lenhart, are you with us this morning or this afternoon?
I am here.
Okay.
Mr. Lenhart, I'm going to swear you in again. Do you solemnly swear that your testimony is the whole truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, consider yourself under oath.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lenhart. You testified at the last hearing before the board on October 24th of 2024, did you not?
That's correct.
And were you in attendance for the entirety of that hearing?
I was.
And did you hear all of the opposition witness testimony during that hearing as well?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall in particular the testimony of Mr. Alexi Bodo?
Yes.
Do you recall that Mr. Bodo testified that he felt that pedestrian safety entering and exiting the shopping center site would be prejudiced by virtue of the construction and operation of the McDonald's restaurant?
Yes, I recall that.
And in particular, do you recall his testimony relative to his opinion that a motorist exiting the McDonald's site at the driveway nearest the bus stop would place pedestrians at the bus stop in jeopardy of their personal safety because they couldn't be seen?
Yes, I recall that.
Do you have any facts at your disposal, which would include information in the record as well as your personal observations visiting the site, as to whether or not you have an opinion as to whether those comments are actually accurate?
Yes, as you mentioned, I've been to the site numerous times, and one of the photographs, there's several photographs that were submitted on record by Mrs. Schweisgeith, and we could pull one of those up. I think that would be helpful It's not perfect, but it would be useful in discussing the issue.
Thank you. And Mr. Flanagan, hopefully for your ease of reference, that would be the 924 additional evidence from that witness, and in particular, page 237. And her email with all of her photographs was not 237 pages. There were over 300 pages or 400 pages perhaps put in by the opposition for that hearing. And her email starts around page 230, but the particular photograph we're looking for is on page 237. Yeah, unfortunately, Mr. Flanagan, to get to that photograph, all of the backup material, additional backup, is not listed on this agenda. If you were looking for an agenda, you would have to go to the, I think it's the October 17th agenda, where the additional backup is listed as 10-2-24, 10-2-24, 9-24-24, and 10-16-24.
Mr. Gibbs, you said 10-17?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm looking for it right now.
Kenny, it is in 1024.
Go under the Prince George's County tab. Yeah, you were under full commission tab. Go down to the next. No, go back to where you were. Yeah, scroll down and then expand Prince George's County Planning Board. Yep, right there.
And if you no, I don't see it there. I have the agenda in my hand right now, the hard copy.
It says 10-17, but I see 10.
It's 1024, Kenny.
10-24.
Yes.
All right, let me go back. So it's 10-24. There it is. I just can't. I'm having a problem expanding it so I can get the actual link. It's right here. I just can't expand it.
Take your cursor to the right a little bit.
Right there. Right there. There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
24, yes. All right. And we're looking for, here we go.
924 is right at the top there. There we go. You can use that one, I guess. Page 237.
And it's loading now. Give it a second. And 224.
Mr. Flanagan, that would be page 237. That's it. Now, Mr. Lenhart, thank you very much, Mr. Flanagan. Mr. Lenhart, while this photograph is not necessarily optimal, can you explain to the board, first of all, is the Green Meadow Shopping Center the building on the right-hand side of that photograph with various cars parked in the parking lot?
That's correct. The first two driveways that you see in this image are the two driveways that are side by side right in front of the proposed McDonald's location. These are the two driveways that are going to be reconstructed into standard SHA right in, right out as requested by State Highway. If you can see way off in the distance there a person standing in the sidewalk. Are you able to zoom in on that image a little bit? A little more. A little more. And then move over there.
Slide the picture.
And slide it down. Maybe one more time, see what that does. One more.
That's as far as we can zoom.
Okay, that's fine.
That's fine. You'll see where that person's standing. That person is standing at the bus stop. The driveway where the cursor is located, right there, come down to the driveway in front of that person, is the driveway that Mr. Badu was referencing. That's immediately on the other side of the utility pole that's shown. The parking lot is slightly elevated, maybe 2 feet or give or take. You can see there's a white pickup truck in the parking lot that's parked, and then a small sedan right in front of them. On our side of that sedan is where the driveway comes out of the parking lot down to the curb. You can easily see here that if a car is exiting that driveway, the driver's eye is going to be at a place where they can easily see that person at the bus stop. There are no obstructions, no blockages, no grade obstructions, and it's quite easy to see that person there. That bus stop is about 35 feet away from the driveway. I would say, and the stop, there's a concrete pad to the right of the sidewalk where that person is standing with a little bench in it. That bus stop provides a safe and well seen location for cars entering and exiting the center.
And Mr. Lenhart, does that your statement here, does that also conform to your personal observations when you were physically on the site?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Do you also recall the testimony of Melissa Sweisgerth?
Yes.
On October 24th? And are you familiar with the fact that she had submitted, and this is one of them that you're looking at right now, written comments which included a number of photographs as a supplement to her testimony?
Yes.
And the written documents purported to indicate there were numerous accidents on East West Highway in front of the Green Meadows Shopping Center. Did they not?
They did, yes.
And did you do any further analysis of the claim relative to accidents in front of the shopping center from reviewing actual State Highway Administration records?
We did.
Were you able to determine the actual number of vehicular accidents which occurred in front of the Green Meadows Shopping Center during the time period she had specified?
Yes, we did.
And could you please tell, because there were all kinds of bubbles and circles there. Could you please tell the board?
Yes, I'd be happy to. So that data was obtained from the Maryland State Police as an automated crash reporting system. And so the police will fill out a police report, and it gets entered into this reporting system, and it shows up in the format that was submitted on the record by Ms. Schweitgut. You can drill down into that data on the Maryland State Police website, and you can get more detailed information. First, I would say that there were quite a few exhibits showing a map with dots all over the place. And I think it was referenced that there was within a half mile of the site, they had several hundred crashes over a 3-year period. As it relates to this detailed site plan, none of those are, or very few of those are really pertinent to this detailed site plan. This DSP findings, we look at the driveway to the site to make sure that the driveway is safe, and we look at on-site circulation to make sure that is safe. Off-site crash data is really not applicable to the detailed site plan. Of that 6-year data, we looked at the site access points. There were 2 crashes within the immediate vicinity of the right-in, right-out access points to this McDonald's, proposed McDonald's. There were 1 rear-end crash and 1 side swipe crash. They did not appear to have any relation whatsoever to the driveways. They appeared to be related to it's quite often throughout urban areas where you have traffic signals that you have accidents and crashes that are caused by those signals. Usually rear-end accidents are quite often the most relevant. And so I would suspect that the rear-end accident that caused in the vicinity of the driveway really had to do with the signal. You can see cars here in this image. The signal's green up at Riggs Road, and so these vehicles are moving, they're clearing out. When it turns red, sometimes people aren't not paying attention, or you may have an accordion effect, and sometimes that results in rear-end collisions. But it has nothing to do with the site driveway. We also looked at some of those dots appeared within the shopping center itself.
And for reference, not to interrupt you, Mr. Lenhart, but for reference, Mr. Chairman, these documents that he's referring to appear on page 232 and page 229 through 231 of the testimony document that was submitted by the witness, and in particular, the pedestrian exhibit appears on page 232, just for your reference. But go ahead, Mr. Lenhart.
Thank you. The 3-year crash data that was referenced had an average of 2 crashes per year that were coded as occurring within the parking lot of this shopping center. One of those over the 3-year period was coded as a pedestrian crash. The others were coded as single vehicle crashes, either running into a parked vehicles or a parked object. Really, those would be the only relevant or pertinent crashes. The remainder of them shown outside of this site or away from the site are really not relevant.
Thank you. Now, are you also aware of the testimony from Ms. Schweisgerth relative to, even though it is not relevant to the criteria for a detailed site plan, she was allowed to present testimony relative to traffic on East-West Highway. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And she supported that with photographs in her written documents that she submitted. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And the picture that you're looking at is from page 237. Was that in fact one of the photographs that she flagged showing backups?
That was one of them, yes.
And I wanted to ask you, in preparing your analyses for this case, did you have occasion to gather video evidence depicting the light at the intersection, which is in front of us in this photograph, with East-West Highway?
We did. We collected video data for the purpose of traffic counts along this section of roadway. So we have it along the frontage here at these driveway entrances. We had it at the adjacent study intersections as well.
Okay. And what was your experience from reviewing your videotape, as well as your on-site observations when you were at the property relative to traffic backing up and if it stays backed up?
Sure. This is a congested area. When those traffic signals turn red, traffic does back up from Riggs Road. It backs up not all the time, but in heavy times of travel, it does back up across the length of the site. But when the signal turns green, as you see here in this image, that the signal up at Riggs Road is green, this is an image that captures what happens once the signal turns green. The traffic starts to move, and it is in the process of clearing out. So the queue is moving and clearing out from the front of the site in this image. There are other images.
Yeah, and I'd like to ask Mr. Flanagan if he could bring up page 234. Just 3 pages before that one. Yeah, there we go. Now, let me ask you another question before you get there. Do you recall that when Ms. Schweisgerth gave her testimony on October 24th, I asked her if all of the photographs in her document were taken on the same date?
Yes.
And do you recall what her response was?
Yes, she said that they were.
And did she also say they were taken at the same time?
Yes.
Now, this is a photograph then taken on the same day by her own statement as the photograph she showed where traffic backed up. Well, in your opinion, what type of traffic condition does this depict directly in front of the site where the McDonald's would go?
Right. This is a condition where the signal on East West Highway at Riggs Road has turned green. The queue has flushed out, and now there is no queue in front of no queued vehicles in the roadway, which would allow people to exit the driveway.
Thank you very much. Mr. Flanagan, could you then proceed to page 235? Very next page. Is this to another photograph that shows Green Meadow Shopping Center in the background?
Yes.
And what does the roadway look like at that point in time, which is the same time and same day as our other photographs?
Sure. Obviously, the queue has cleared. There are a few vehicles here. It's hard to tell what's going on to the right and left, but it appears that the queue is pretty well cleared out, and someone would be able to have enough of a gap to turn out of the site.
And Mr. Flanagan, could you go to the next page, 236? And that photograph shows a car in the median brake proceeding in the opposite direction away from Riggs Road. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the main travel lane that you see to the right of that car is the travel lane of East West Highway directly in front of the Green Meadow Shopping Center. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the condition of the roadway in terms of traffic backups there, which again is the same time as the other pictures that she took?
Right. There are some vehicles on the roadway, but the queue from Riggs Road is not existent in this.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Lenhart.
I'd like to add my own experience visiting the site and our videos. Yes, there are queues that do occur. They clear out, and after waiting for an appropriate gap, people are able to exit the driveway.
Thank you. No further questions of Mr. Lenhart, Mr. Chairman, and we have no further rebuttal testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbs. Thank you, Mr. Lenhart. Commissioners, any questions you have before we move on? I just want to see if there's anything that you have heard you want to ask questions about at this point. The only one I have, Mr. Lenhart, this picture right here, you see a car that's going to be taking a left across East-West Highway. That car's heading west towards Briggs Road.
Yes, that's at 19th Avenue, yes.
Right. So right to the left of that is where folks turn left into the shopping center, coming east on East-West Highway.
Yes.
Do you have any data around that and the impact of that, and how what you all are designing would access that entry point into the shopping center, turning left into the shopping center, going east on East-West Highway?
Bear with me one moment.
And maybe the question also is, when you factor access to the site, are you factoring in access for what it means to turn left into the shopping center?
We did look at that. Yes, that was part of our traffic counts that we did. I'm just bear with me. I'm just looking to see where my materials is so I can make sure I answer that accurately. We did not submit it as part of the record, but it was part of our initial evaluation of the overall site. We did do traffic counts there, but an analysis of that was not part of the record.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
Other questions for Mr. Gibbs, Mr. Lenhart?
Yes, sir.
I want to, Mr. Or Ms. Tallarico, I just want to make sure I'm following my process. Is now the time, if Mr. Smith or Mr. Wopers or others has any cross, can they cross Mr. Lenhart now?
That would be appropriate at this time, yes.
Okay, all right. Mr. Smith or others, you have any questions for Mr. Lenhart based on what you have heard from him? Okay, all right. Thank you. So now let's go to the staff presentation.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I did have my hand up, but I was muted.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. I have to admit, I was distracted by my work during part of this testimony. So if these questions on cross are not on point for what Mr. Lenhart just covered, please just let me know. But I have a number of questions. These pertain mainly to the trip generation analysis and how that plays into related impacts. With that, I'll go ahead. If that's permissible, I'll go ahead and ask some of these questions, if I may.
Yeah, but keep it. I mean, this is cross for what you heard from Mr. Lenhart.
Yes,
yeah,
Mr.
I
Chairman,
acknowledge that I was somewhat distracted.
I'm going to object to any questions that go beyond the scope of exactly what Mr. Lenhart testified to.
Yeah, and I agree. And we all have the day jobs too, Mr. Smith, so I'm sympathetic to that. But the bottom line is this is cross, and you'll have plenty of opportunity to make points as we go along. But let's give it a shot and see how it goes.
Well, these relate primarily to the trip generation rates and the resulting impacts on traffic and congestion. Probably because, Mr. Lenhart was offering photos and testimony saying things are fine here once the light turns green, the traffic queue flushes out. But I want to get it. That if that's happening now, it may not happen in the future, given what this project may bring to that intersection, and also given the fact that there are other projects locally that are in the pipeline. So I'll go through the questions and you can offer guidance on whether or not they're appropriate, if that's all right.
Go ahead and ask. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll just run down through it. Thank you very much. Does the whatever traffic impact analysis was done here, including statements about the levels of congestion, does it account for traffic along these roads that will be generated by approved projects that are in the development pipeline?
Again, objection.
Mr. Gibbs, help me to understand objection on what grounds. It feels pertinent to me if Mr. Lenhart can answer it or not.
Because, all right, first of all, we offered this rebuttal with the premise that the witness was allowed to provide this testimony, notwithstanding the fact that it was not relevant to the criterion for a detailed site plan approval set forth in section 27285 or 27274. The opposition was given great free rein to basically put anything they wanted into the record. This was not relevant, but because of the prejudicial effect, we rebutted it. Now, Mr. Smith is trying to ask questions as if my client was required to do a subdivision analysis and didn't take into account approved but unbuilt developments that should be accounted as background. That's not relevant to this.
Well, if I may respond to that, that's Mr. Gibbs' assertion that a DSP may not, the planning board may not consider offsite, even adjacent impacts on the DSP review, or that the offsite, the local context can't be considered. That's an assertion I have never heard in a DSP proceeding before, and it's an absurd assertion.
It's
especially so when the zoning ordinance requires a health impact assessment and an assessment of the distribution of impacts within the community. That says right there very clearly that that says the planning board is supposed to look at impacts on the surrounding community, which includes impacts on the local roads and pedestrians and bicyclists. It's just I just have to object. His assertion comes up over and over and over again, and he's just trying to keep the box as narrow and shallow as possible, and it's inappropriate.
Yeah, all right, thank you. I hear you, Mr. Smith. I agree with Mr. Gibbs. We are keeping this as narrowly focused as possible, and these are our rules and regs that we work within. So, Mr. Smith, if you can focus on things other than the volume of traffic, which is not only pertinent when it relates to the design, on-site design or access to this site for the DSP.
Well, I'll look at the remaining question. I just object to that. There's nothing in the regs, there's nothing in the rules, there's nothing in the zoning ordinance that prohibits the planning board from looking at a project's impact on the community. That's a ridiculous standard.
Okay. But other questions on the cross?
They all have to do with trip generation rates.
Okay. All right.
Only because we just had Mr. Lenhart testify at length about how the traffic conditions there are just fine, and this project won't make them any worse.
Mr. Smith, right? You're testifying, please.
I'm making the case for being able to ask questions that are relevant to some of Mr. Lenhart's assertions and testimony.
Mr. Bowato, you have questions?
Yes, I have two questions with respect to Mr. Lenhart's testimony specifically. I believe, Mr. Lenhart, you used the term clear out or flush out. Is that correct?
I believe that's how I described it, yes.
Okay, so you're saying that this road eventually flushes out?
The queue, when the signal on east-west at Riggs Road turns red, a queue develops that extends back along the frontage of the property and sometimes beyond to the next signal down at Agra Road, which you can see on the right-hand side of this image on the page before us.
Okay. Is that not true of all roads?
Yeah.
Do they not all eventually flush out?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. All right. My second question is, what time do you think these pictures were taken that we submitted?
I didn't take them. Mrs. Schweitga took them.
I'm not sure why that's relevant, Mr. Bowato.
Because he's saying that the traffic was light. They're implying that the traffic was light when the pictures were taken, and you can see school buses in the picture. So it's obviously not rush hour. So I'm trying to correlate the light traffic with the time of day.
You didn't take the pictures though.
Right. I mean, you can see school buses, which means it's not
But
rush
he
hour.
used them as evidence.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you all use them as evidence. He's responding to it.
Exactly. We're not implying here that this was rush hour. This is the middle of the day.
Mr. Chairman, the record stands on its own. School buses take students to games after school. I mean, we didn't present this information. We're using the very photographs that the opposition presented to say that traffic was abominable.
All right, I'm going to stop this. I drive by this every time. It's a miserable intersection, okay?
Exactly.
Traffic is not what's before us. Like it or not, traffic is not what's before us. So are there any other questions on rebuttal? Yes, Ms. Ensminger. Ensminger, sorry.
No problem. Mr. Lenhart, you mentioned that you did study the left end shown in the photo that's on the screen, but you didn't include it in the traffic study. Why did you not include that information that you found in the study?
We looked at the driveway specifically that was being requested to be revised by State Highway Administration. The driveway that exists right in front of the site, which we had addressed all traffic out of that driveway, and there was no requirement traffic study. That traffic study was submitted for informational purposes to because of all of the questions that have come up about traffic, but it is not a requirement for a detailed site plan. I would point out that has been reviewed by Park and Planning staff. They have issued another memo dated November 1st that's in the November 7th back material, I believe it was November 7th, yes, in which they've reviewed our information again and noted that they agree with what we did and that we took a conservative analysis, even though it wasn't required for this detailed site plan.
I apologize. I'm not sure that my question was answered. So you did the study, but you failed to include it in the information that's publicly available to us. Why did you fail to include it?
I didn't fail to include. We had generated all the trips in and out of the driveway that's right in front of the McDonald's, which was the driveway of interest from State Highway. That's the one they wanted revised, and there was no requirement to even do that.
Okay. Ms. Ensminger,
I don't think the question was answered, but that's fine. I'll move on. Thank you.
Respectfully, Ms. Ensminger, the question was answered. They didn't have to do it, and they chose not to do it.
Okay.
Other questions on cross? I see some hands raised. I don't know those are old hands. Okay. All right. Mr. Smith, you have an additional cross?
Yeah, it seems to me Mr. Lenhart just opened the box on trip generations. He said we did the trip generation, and I'd like to ask him a few questions about the methodology for the trip generation. This gets at the reliability and accuracy of the trip generation analysis.
Jackson. The trip generation is not what's before us, Mr. Smith. It's just not.
Okay. You just testified on it. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions on cross? If not, Mr. Gibbs, anything else you have?
Yes, sir.
At this point? All right. So
yes, sir. That's it.
We're going to take a break now. It's 1:17. Let's go until 1:45. That's a half-hour break, a little less than a half-hour break. So we'll start up again at 1:45. Am I timing that right? Yes? 1:15. Yes. 1:45, that's it. So we'll start up at 1:45. We'll start up with the staff presentation, and we'll get into all the new materials on this limited scope. We'll see you all at 1:45.
Thank you.
I hear a plate.
Just heard it again.
There it is.
It's my apple.
That's a good sign. Very healthy. We are all back. Staff, we're good. We're recording.
Yes, sir. We are recording.
Thank you, sir. I see a full slate of commissioners. I see the applicant. I see some of the opposition. I see Ms. Gomez Rojas, Ms. Talarico, Ms. Connor. Okay, all right. So we are still on DSP 22001 and the companion case DDS 23001. We have heard the applicant rebuttal of opposition testimony from the prior hearing. We'll now hear staff presentation, and we'll proceed from there. So, Ms. Gomez Rojas, you're on mute. Or you're not on mute, but we can't hear you. Nope. Still no audio. Take your time, but we can't hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, it works. Yep.
Now we can't see you. Oh, there we go. Nope.
No,
We can't. Perfect.
Thank you, Ryan. Yep,
Okay. All right.
that's fine. Thank you.
We're in business. We are back from break. We're starting off with our staff report. Natalia Gomez Rojas, the floor is yours.
Yes, I don't need a sound check anymore. So good afternoon, Mr. Chair. This is Natalia Gomez presenting items 8 and 9, DSP-22001, DDS-23001, AC-23017, titled McDonald's Acre Road, which proposes the development of an eating and drinking establishment with a drive-through service in an integrated shopping center. This case is continued from October 24, 2024 for the limited scope analysis in 5 specific areas, which are further outlined in an addendum to the technical staff report provided by staff and published 2 weeks prior to this planning board hearing. The addendum includes the following results and of the limited scope analysis. Next slide, please. The transportation planning section provided further analysis of the testimony related to the trip generation, parking, loading, and circulation in the site. The staff determined that the proposed eating and drinking establishment is part of an integrated shopping center, the Green Meadow Shopping Center, which contains more than 3 retail stores and will remain under single ownership. Staff analyzed the trips associated with the expansion of the shopping center, consistent with the recommendation for trip generation in the transportation review guidelines, using shopping center trip rates, and determined that the expansion of the existing shopping center will have a de minimis impact on traffic volumes on MD 410. Although transportation adequacy is not a requirement for a DSP application, the applicant also provided additional analysis for the drive-through restaurant using trip generation rates as a stand-alone use. No inadequacy was found using this method of analysis. Transportation staff further found the proposed plan is acceptable and presented a series of recommendations to minimize potential conflicts with traffic circulation patterns, vehicular and pedestrian access, drive-through circulation, and loading. As shown in this slide, the mentioned recommendations include reducing the proposed number of parking spaces to the minimum required, a one-way vehicular traffic pattern in the parking area, including a right out only from the drive-through. This one-way pattern is shown here in green arrows. Providing a separate pedestrian connection near the southernmost driveway at a location near the existing crosswalk crossing MD 410 and at the east of the existing building. These pedestrian connections are shown in the slide in blue dotted lines. Additional recommendations include signage like directional arrows, lane markings, do not enter signs, and stop signs, stripping and traffic calming measures to discourage higher speeds. Staff also agree with the SHA recommendation to modify the through driveways located near the proposed building, which will operate as a right-in, right-out along MD 410. These modifications are shown in this slide too, in the bottom in the purple triangles. Regarding the proposed loading area, staff agree with the applicant on the condition offered to limit the loading area and deliveries from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Additional stripping for the loading area in this location is recommended. Staff from the transportation planning section is also ready here to answer any questions related to the analysis related to traffic and transportation. Next slide, please. This slide shows the approved Natural Resource Inventory Plan NRI-026-022 for the site. This plan details the delineation of existing tree canopy and forest on the property. In regards of the testimony presented during the hearings on October 24, environmental staff noted that an NRI does not identify every species of trees. Instead, it utilizes a sampling method to characterize the overall forest, stand in accordance with the states of Maryland's Forest Conservation Act. Typically, individual trees shown on NRIs are to document the specimen, historic, or champion trees in accordance with the 2010 Prince George County Woodland Conservation Ordinance. However, no individual trees are depicted on the NRI meeting these classifications. In addition, environmental staff indicated that the tree line illustrated on the property and shown in this slide represents the general area where trees are located. This tree line includes both a 1.05 acre forest stand, which qualifies as woodland, and a portion of that does not currently meet the requirements to be classified as woodland. This last portion of non-woodland area makes up approximately 40% of the existing tree line and consists of scattered trees with a maintained understory. It was determined that no revision to the NRI is required. Staff from environmental planning section is also here and ready to answer any questions. Next slide, please. This slide shows the stormwater management plan approved by DPI, who presented no objection to the subject application and requested that to the applicant that prior to the grading permit issuance, an erosion and sediment control plan shall be prepared and presented. In addition, staff had further communications with DPI to determine the adequacy of the approved stormwater management consent plan, who determined that in order to obtain an approval, the applicant is required to comply with the Prince George County Stormwater Design Manual for both water quality and water quantity rate control. DPI utilizes as a guideline the Technogram 007 from 2016, which states that for the 24-hour, 100-year storm, the rainfall is 8.5 inches. Accordingly, DPI determined that 8.44 inches is close enough for the presented concept stormwater management report. Final stormwater management approval will be required by DPI prior to permitting. Next slide, please. This slide shows the proposed departure from design standards from section 4.7 of the landscape manual, where a buffer is required between the shopping center and the adjacent property, which is designated as a historic site. This departure was discussed during the hearing of October 24, and afterwards, staff concluded that staff conducted additional analysis to determine whether the proposed departure from design standards will address the existing trespassing issue. Accordingly, staff confirmed that the departure meet the requirement findings outlined in section 27-239.01B7A and also aligns with the principles of crime prevention through environmental design CEPTED incorporated in the landscape manual, which include natural surveillance, natural access control, territorial reinforcement, maintenance, and management. In addition, staff concluded that clearing the trees and vegetation along the eastern border of the property and providing a rigid landscape would help to prevent the long-standing issue of illegal encampments in private property. Nevertheless, this action alone may not completely resolve the shopping center's trespassing problem, as additional long-term measures are necessary to address the underlying social issues. However, should the board require the applicant to retain the existing trees in complying with Section 4.7 of the Landscape Manual, staff recommend that the applicant trim any low-hanging branches to a minimum 8 feet clearance, depending on the health and species of the tree, to withstand trimming, in order to maintain accepted recommendations and include a retaining wall to limit the disturbed area of the site for development purposes. As noted in the addendum, these preservation efforts should be paired with additional management, maintenance actions, and a strategic increase in security, lighting, and steep slopes. Next slide, please. Almost done. Lastly, and related to historic preservation issues mentioned during the last hearing for the subject application, historic preservation staff reviewed the potential impact on the adjacent Green Hill Historic Site and determined that no archaeological investigation is required. However, a recommendation has been made to request the applicant to retain a consultant archaeologist to monitor any ground disturbing activities on the site for impacts to archaeological resources. Staff from historic preservation is also present in case the board has additional questions. All the findings presented here and additional recommended conditions are listed in the addendum to the staff report. The urban design section recommends the planning board adopt the findings of the technical staff report and the addendum to the technical staff report, disapprove AC-23017 and approve DSP-22001, DDS-23001, and TCP2-004-2024 with the conditions found in the staff report and the addendum. This concludes the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gomez. Commissioners, start with you. Questions for staff? None. I have one question. This is related to access again. Your analysis of the access to this McDonald's is through the right in, right out, correct?
The right in and right out is a recommendation after an analysis that follow with the SHA, yes.
So do you factor in, or how do you factor in access to the site from heading east on East-West Highway, taking a left into the shopping center? And also, what kind of analysis is there for accessing the McDonald's from within the shopping center? In other words, all this analysis assumes that the only way that folks are going to be coming in is coming west on East-West Highway and taking a right in, but there's actually at least three other ways into the shopping center.
I will defer your question to transportation planning staff.
All right, Mr. Patrick.
Good afternoon. For the record, Ben Patrick, the transportation planning section. Yeah, to your question, Chairman, this is the analysis that was provided at the access closest to the proposed building. By doing just that access point, the assumption is that this would carry would carry all of the traffic that came from this particular building, and would somewhat show the worst case scenario of the impacts on the access point that's directly in front of it. There's some assumption that you'd have traffic coming from within there, which is largely how we also assessed our analysis based on the entire shopping center. So we were looking at it as this is the modification if, and not saying that it is, but if all trips and vehicles use this point, that would be sort of the worst case scenario as far as looking at impacts. Now within the shopping center, there would be some of that, but I felt the analysis is best looked at as a worst case scenario for one access point, and then that would show that it could operate adequately at that point.
Thank you, Mr. Patrick. Let me dig a bit deeper on this, and I appreciate your response on that. This is a unique shopping center in that, again, there are multiple access points, and I just don't think there's much experience, at least from my eyes, that folks are going to think that the only way in is through that one right in, right out. And to your point, that may be where most of the automobile traffic will go. But I'm more concerned around the mix of pedestrian, bicycle, traffic within the shopping center for folks who are coming in and taking a left into the shopping center through the other entrance on East-West and coming in off of, I can't remember the name of the street where Newberry Square Apartments is, the backside over there. There's two entrances over there. So I help educate me a bit. If you looked at this development as those are all the access points to this potential establishment, how might you approach that? And what other factors might you consider? Because you're bringing more traffic into a place where there's lots of people walking around.
So for the access, this is sort of Van Buren. That would be to the west of the site.
Van Buren, thank you for that. Yes, sir. Thank you.
So yeah, there are two access points along there. They're the closer you are towards MD 410 would be sort of your main access point to come into the parking lot area on the front of the building. The secondary access would be towards the rear of the building, where traditionally we would expect that this would kind of be where some of the loading operations would occur. To cross over Van Buren.
I'm sorry, Mr. Patrick, can we pull up the exhibit so we can follow along for those who are not intimately?
This may be the best example because the exhibit.
I don't think so. I have a rendering from last. I mean, there are better renderings that show all the things. I just have one in my hand, but I think that was from a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a slide that we have in front of us that has sort of the area we're talking about, which includes the existing buildings to the north proposed building.
There, even that one does. Oh no, it doesn't, because that cuts off the shopping center.
Yeah, okay. It's not the full.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead, Mr. Patrick.
I mean, again, though, I don't know if it's even appropriate to do it, but the slide 11 of 20 on the previous presentation shows it quite nicely.
Kenny, could we pull that presentation from the prior, from October 24? From October 24, just like we did with, yeah.
And thank you, Commissioner. I think it is worth us all sort of looking at the same thing. So thank you for that.
Mm-hmm. It's the PowerPoint, Kenny, not the backup. I think that's what is being referenced.
It's the PowerPoint.
Okay.
And I have slide 11 of 20. Yeah, that's it. So you see there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 access points to the shopping center.
So
6 automobile access points to the shopping center.
So to speak to the pedestrian aspect of that first for Van Buren, this sort of free right turn that we see, this kind of I don't know what color car that is, using that area there, that will end up taking you east to Ager Road. At that section, there's a crosswalk that's off of here that comes down. There's been some sidewalk improvements, including ADA ramps in that area as well, that come down there. The assumption would be that as pedestrians would come on the frontage, they would use the crossing up there to the existing sidewalks. And then,
Mr. Patrick, could you please help him guide with the pointer?
Sure. To the left of the screen, if we can go to Van Buren and towards the frontage of the site, kind of on the bottom of the picture. So correct. So for pedestrians traveling from the left of the picture to the right, this would be coming in from this, yes, sorry, can you take your cursor back to Van Buren and travel down on the picture?
Down below.
There we go. So this would be the existing frontage where the sidewalks. Off the screen, there's additional crossing. This is a lane where this car is going, would be traveling towards Riggs Road. And Van Buren has access off of that turn. There's a crosswalk that we can't see pictured crossing that travel lane to there, and then pedestrians would cross from the existing sidewalks along the entire frontage as one pedestrian route. And that, assuming that is the direction that one would take all the way down, we've looked for connections to this site here. Now, further, if you take your cursor left and travel to the access on the driveway right there. For pedestrians entering the site here, depending on which direction they travel, we have the existing sidewalk to come here. And then if they were to travel north towards the face of the buildings, this ties into an existing sidewalk that's along the frontage of this. So primarily we have a pedestrian path on the side of the road. We have a pedestrian sidewalk along the front of the buildings that's separated by the parking lot of the existing shopping center that's there. So when looking at this, we were looking to tie into what was existing on these areas that were part of the facilities that were there. So some of the crosswalks that we have striping provided to was to provide it so that pedestrians could go back into the parking lot, give an opportunity for that as well. It is two-way travel on that whole section of the parking lot area. So there is no direct pedestrian path between the parking located nearest the east-west highway and the parking that's provided at the front of the building. So I did not envision pedestrian traffic on the secondary access along Van Buren. That's where the tractor trailers are parked on there. That's primarily a loading area, or I see it as loading area for the areas back there. The access to the rear of the building, the storefronts are on the other side. So I did not look at pedestrian travel in that area for that. So,
Mr. Patrick, if I can, there's a vacant space between the buildings there, right?
Correct.
And so, practically speaking, it's one of the main pedestrian cut-throughs for the whole neighborhood up from Van Buren. Van Buren goes right through there. I think what I'm mindful of is that I don't want us to make. You all have a lot to do, but I don't want us to make the assumption that this operates as a sort of a typical shopping center when it comes to pedestrian access because of where it's located. It's right in the heart of a very, very dense area full of apartment buildings, and people are walking all over the place there. And so what we're proposing, how is that going to facilitate safe passage for pedestrians?
So,
and again, not to overplay it, but a lot of young families, a lot of strollers, et cetera, et cetera. And can I just say, and I'm mindful that this is all site design, so it fits in with the DSP, but I guess there's this question of, do we have the latitude to say what's before us when it comes to site design is not just a piece of this that's the McDonald's, but is the shopping center. And maybe council or others folks can weigh in on that, but I guess that's what we're getting at here, and is it appropriate? I'm not talking about off-site, right? Because this is the Green Meadows Shopping Center.
Correct. I don't have the answer to that. Just one point of clarification. I think at the area you're talking about, it looks like open space between the attached building and the sort of main shopping area. I believe that area is fenced off, so I don't think there's any pedestrian traffic through that area. I'm not 100% sure on that, but
it's not a very good fence.
But as far as the bounds of it, I'm not sure how to answer that.
Okay, thank you. No, I really appreciate it. I appreciate your answers on that. So let me go back to you, Ms. Gomez. That's the only question that I had. Commissioners, any other questions for staff at this point based upon the addendum to the technical staff report?
Yeah, I'm a little bit interested in knowing I don't know the full extent of the SHA plans for how they're going to redevelop the site, but I know that it is in the works for down the road. I'm just kind of curious to know, beyond like the right in, right out as being something that they're going to do, what else are they going to do in this area? Are there things that like this development is already doing that's consistent with that? Or it would be unfortunate if this development comes in, they do some things, and then SHA comes in and like does a totally different revamping of like the site, because then that completely gets rid of like everything we're going to be basing our decision on for this particular case. However, if it's, hey, we can do some things on this site that would be in furtherance of that, and then they're just going to enhance it, then that would be a different kind of outcome. So looking for a little bit of insights if staff has that. I don't know to what extent you've interacted with SHA and talked with them, but this is a high priority for them. So I'm hoping that we have had those discussions and know kind of some of those answers.
Sure. Yes. So in this area, there's as part of the state's pedestrian safety action plan, they have recommendations that would impact primarily the intersection of Riggs and East-West Highway. Largely focused around pedestrian improvements, eliminating a lot of these free right lanes that are issues. Along with that, there are plans to include an additional left turn lane traveling westbound to Riggs Road. What would affect the frontage of this site, again, from this picture, starting where Van Buren would travel past the vehicle in the roadway along East-West Highway. In this area here, what's going to be affected by their plan would be the entire frontage starting from the intersection of Van Buren and East-West, traveling towards this first driveway that we see to the right of that car there. So in order to make the geometric improvements in that intersection, there will be an additional widening of that area. As part of that, those sidewalks would have to be reconstructed, as well as that entrance. From the state's plans, we don't have official drawings for these. These are sort of what we've understood as what it's going to be. They were maintaining all of the access points as part of that plan. It also includes improved lighting along that area, which would affect portions of this site or the frontage of this building to go down there. But the extent of their plans would travel somewhat plan right or photo right of the first driveway here, and then it would stop after that. So it's a widening and a rebuild of the existing sidewalks, and then the reconstruction of the existing access points.
Okay, do you know if they're going to be doing anything? So you can't really see it, where like to the right of this graph or to the east of it, where it comes off the 410. That's like the principal part. Yeah.
Yes.
Where that white car is.
Mm-hmm.
And all
So
there's no real like, it's just a shoulder there right now. There's no, but people walk there all the time to go grab the bus and stuff. So do you
Commissioner, I actually feel your pain around that. I have the same thing, but that's not part of the DSP.
Yeah, but it is. I know it's not part of like the application itself, but I'm wondering if they're going to make that safer, that's going to impact potentially the driveways right after that, because it absolutely has an impact on the view and stuff. Because if you're coming quickly around that curve, and there's not any kind of like protections for pedestrians in there, then there's an extreme risk if they're crossing over the in and outs, the right in, right out sections are there.
I can answer that. There's a bus stop kind of further to this direction, and I think as part of that plan, they are intending on extending at least the sidewalk all the way to the location of the bus stop. I don't know what else is happening there, and in doing that, I don't believe there's any modifications to the crosswalk that are there, but I'm not entirely sure what that'll be doing. But I'm fairly certain they're going to be extending the sidewalk at minimum to the existing bus stop that's there. That's all that I know about that area.
Okay. And is there, I mean, kind of dovetailing what I was saying in terms of like crossing, I know we have painted crosswalks over the right in, right outs. that are being proposed. But what else is happening for like just visibility in that area? Because when I've driven where that white car is, and I've come right around this site before, I'm not necessarily like paying attention to the right hand side to that parcel, and I'm wondering how we can increase the visibility just to ensure pedestrian safety there.
I'm not sure. Again, the full time, I'm not sure. I do know there is increased lighting. So that hour we're taking care of. One of the recommendations we had included with this revision was that looking at the pedestrian routes coming in from, again, the picture to the right, traveling into this first driveway was a connection that would bring pedestrians further into the parking lot. So the crossing of that area would be further up here. And that doesn't address what you're looking for in that area. We still don't have the exhibit that I showed was kind of a typical right in, right out. So I don't have all the final drawings. That has to be worked out with the state highway permitting process to see that, which we'll review once they've determined what that is. But aside from crosswalks in that area and the median to cross over there, I don't have any other. I hadn't made any other recommendations for pedestrian visibility at that point.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for staff? Cross of staff. I see some hands up.
Chair Shapiro, I just wanted to return to one of your questions that I don't believe we properly answered on the record.
Okay.
Your question about consideration of the entirety of the shopping center in terms of site design and pedestrians. That the applicant owns the entirety of the site and has proposed changes to a portion of it. Therefore, it is acceptable for the board to look at the remainder of the site to the extent that these changes are impacting that area as well. Does that clarify?
Yeah, that's very helpful. Very helpful. Thank you for that. All right. Under cross, we'll start with Greg Smith. Then I have Michael Wilpers, and then Alex Boato. Mr. Smith.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. If you could let Mr. Wilpers and Mr. Boato go first, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem at all.
Thanks.
Mr. Wilpers.
Thank you. I have just a clarification question for Ms. Gomez. In the addendum, do I have this correct? That it stated, quote, EPS staff supports retention of existing individual trees and vegetation. Does that mean all trees and vegetation, or when they say individual trees, it's a little bit vague. So can you clarify that statement? EPS staff supports the retention of existing individual trees and vegetation.
That is the information I received from their memorandum, but I can defer to them for them to clarify their intention with that.
Do we have environmental staff on the line?
Yes, Chair Shapiro. This is Chris Shamioli with the Environmental Planning Section.
Hey, Mr. Shamioli, take it away.
Good afternoon. Thank you, and hello to all the Planning Board. The full statement from the addendum is that though that the proposal accounts for clearing all woodlands on site as required by the Woodland Conservation Ordinance, as is to the Tree Conservation Plan, EPS is supportive the retention of existing individual trees and vegetation to fulfill other requirements such as tree canopy coverage. So that statement is just saying that in terms of EPS and the Tree Conservation Plan, that is one section in which we review. But we were just noting, however, just in general, if additional vegetation is retained for landscape purposes such as tree canopy coverage or SEPTED principles, that we would obviously be supportive of retaining that vegetation, even if that vegetation does not count towards their woodland conservation requirements as part of their tree conservation plan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilpers. Mr. Boato.
No, I have no questions. I apologize.
That's fine. Thank you. Mr. Smith, we're back to you. Any cross for Ms. Rojas? I mean, Ms. Gomez?
I have questions regarding, I think, 2 or 3 issue areas that she addressed.
Please.
I'll try to keep them concise. My first question is, the staff is recommending a condition that the applicant limit loading and unloading to the hours between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. Is that correct?
That is a condition proffered by the applicant, and the staff agrees with that condition.
Well, if they violate that, well, who would enforce that condition and under what authority?
Mr. Smith, I mean, it may be helpful to answer it, but it's certainly not relevant to the DSP.
It's a condition for approval of the DSP. That's
what's the condition of approval is the limitation. We don't do enforcement.
No, I'm getting at how meaningful is this condition?
Yeah, but you may not think it's meaningful, but that's,
But you've raised this
issue. That's not cross-examination. That's you testifying that you don't think it's meaningful.
You've raised the issue of conflicts between loading and unloading and other traffic on the site. So and they've proffered this condition to deal with that. And so I was just trying to figure out, how does this work? What if they decide not to comply with the condition that they proffered? But I've asked it. I mean, and I have questions regarding the stormwater management. The staff report says that they consulted with DPI, and DPI has confirmed, contrary to what the consultant said, that the applicant's stormwater management plans rely on the updated 100-year storm event of 8.5 inches versus 7.4. This gets to some of the issues I've raised in the past. I'd like to ask some questions about it. We'll see where it goes. So has the agency, as MNCPP looked at the question of whether or not that figure relies on historic projections of the likely intensity of storms as climate change increases the intensity? Has that been part of MNCPP's consideration here? I'm familiar with the technogram you cited, 007 2016 revised.
Mr. Smith, I wanted to just be clear. It sounds like you're disagreeing with staff, but that's not a clarification question, or cross-examination. I mean, what's your question for staff?
My question is, what the issue I've raised in the past was whether or not the stormwater management plans are adequate.
Yeah, but you're testifying, and this is cross-examination. So do you have a question for staff related to their testimony?
Okay, then my question is whether or not staff has determined whether or not that 8.5 inches is sufficient to protect the community and environment.
Okay, thanks. Maybe environmental staff can respond to that, Ms. Gomez?
If I may, and if so, based on what? Or is that a compound question?
I think we allow compound questions.
David,
was that, who do we have?
So the question to ask.
Yeah. Ms. Schollers, you want to jump in? Or you're on mute. Tina, we can see you, but we can't hear you.
Yeah, so this is Sherry Cutter for the record, Acting Chief Development Review. While Ms. Schollers is prepping her microphone, I could just speak to that a little bit. So one, that the Stormwater Management Concept Plan is not under the review and approval authority of the Planning Department. It is under the review and approval authority of DPI, who ensures conformance with county requirements. So I think that answers your first question of whether we find it adequate. That is not under our review.
Okay.
It's also a concept plan, and there is final stormwater approval that will be required prior to permitting.
So I want to make sure I understand. So essentially the box needs to be ticked, which is you need to make sure that that is in, but you're actually not really evaluating it for sufficiency.
Correct. We require and have verified with the county that the plan, the concept as approved is sufficient.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Smith?
I do have a follow-up question on that. If you're going to rely on that plan and on DPI's determination, how then can you make an informed and not ask whether or not those figures are reliable? How can you make it an informed determination whether or not this plan and this detailed site plan, this project,
Mr. Smith,
meet the purposes?
I can cut you off. I mean, it's clear as day. What she said, and we've confirmed, is they don't evaluate the plans for sufficiency. They rely on DPI to say there is a plan and it is sufficient. That's all they do. You may not like that, but that's all they do. So it's really a DPI issue, not a development review issue.
But you're charged with making determinations as to on the impacts of the project, and that's what I'm getting at. How do you do that unless you assess whether or not the documents you're relying on are actually reliable? But all right, so ask and answer. It's clear that we're not going to be allowed to get into this issue here. I'll save it for testimony.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on Cross, sir? Ms. Gomez-Ross testified that staff had determined that the project would have a minimal impact on traffic volumes. And I'd like to ask questions that get into how they made that determination. Did you rely on the applicant's trip generation analysis based on ITE trip generation factors?
I will defer to Ben Patrick for that.
Ben Patrick, Transportation Planning Section. Yes, we used ITE trip generation rates.
Okay, so what? And I'm going to know whether those trip generation rates.
Smith, I'm going to cut you off in advance on one thing. I know you disagree with that. You've made that clear, and I'm sure you'll make it clear again. But please, this is Cross, so asked and answered. And do you have another question for Mr. Patrick?
Well, he responded they relied on the ITE rates, and so
right. That was your question, and he answered it.
Looked into whether those rates are. And I have a follow-up question based on his response.
Okay.
And that was, does staff know whether those trip generation rates are representative of McDonald's rates regionally or nationally?
So the rates that we use from ITE are for the shopping center. And these rates are observed from other study sites, and they do not identify specifically a McDonald's within those study sites.
Okay. So in their generation, in their calculation, I can assume that 50% of the trips would be pass-by trips. What happens to the overall number of peak trips into and out of the site if the number of trips for the percentage is higher or lower? What kind of impact would that have on trips in and out during peak hour?
I'm not sure how to answer that. But in general, pass by is the assumption that. I'm sorry,
Mr. Patrick. If you don't know, you don't know.
I'm not sure how to answer that.
All right, you have other questions?
I do. I mean, I was puzzled by the fact that this site would have 75 parking spaces.
Mr. Smith,
I guess a shopping
Mr. Smith,
center.
please, your cross-examination, you are constantly prefacing and testifying while you're doing cross. This is just cross-examination. If you have a question for staff, please, you have all the space in the world to ask staff questions.
I'm asking the question, how with a site that will have 125 parking spaces and 2 drive-through lanes, can the applicant justify such low peak hour trip generation rates? It just doesn't seem to...
We're going to move on. We're going to move on. So do you have any other cross for staff? If not, I'll turn to the other folks who may have cross.
That's it. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Boato.
Yeah, quick question. I'm not sure if this is the correct question for Mr. Patrick or not, but has there been any consideration to the U-turn that people will attempt to make to get from the eastbound into the westbound lanes to then get into the McDonald's?
Objection, Mr. Chairman. All these questions are beyond the scope of the direct examination of the witness.
I concur, Mr. Boato. All due respect.
No worries.
Yes. See if you have cross-examination based upon what the staff provided.
Got it. Thank you.
And I would also note Mr. Boato already said he had no cross.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Gibbs, for thinking for me. I appreciate it very much.
Yeah, I concur in that, Mr. Gibbs. Mr. Boato, anything else?
No, sir. Thank you.
All right. I have Melissa Schweisgood and then Mary Beth Shea. Ms. Schweisgood, are you there? Ms. Shea, are you there?
Yes, my question is related to process. One of the last slides that the staff included in their presentation was a reference to historic preservation. And those of you who looked in the packet would see there was a retained report that I believe the applicant paid for, so retained and paid for, by an archaeologist, which was rich and important. Is this the time to talk about this? Because I have questions.
No, it's a good point. I mean, it wasn't spoken to by staff, but it's included in the addendum. So is that fair game, Ms. Tellerico? Is that fair game for cross?
So for cross, I believe it should be limited to what Ms. Gomez Rojas stated in her testimony.
So then we can have that when opposition testimony, Ms. Shea, when there's opposition testimony, that's when you can bring up what you saw in that report, because then you're responding directly to what's within the limited scope and what was brought into the record on this new round. So you'll have the opportunity for that, just not right now.
And Mr. Chairman, Ms. Gomez actually did speak to the HPC and the architect, because it's actually a condition of approval for the applicant to hire. So she did speak to it in her staff commentary, her staff overview.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ms.
Tellerico, does that affect your thinking on this at all?
That's what I was getting at. I apologize if I was a little obtuse there. To the extent that Ms. Gomez Rojas talked about historic preservation, so she did make a few remarks regarding the additional findings of historic preservation staff. So that to the extent that folks want to cross-examine about that, that is acceptable. Yes.
Okay. All right. So Ms. Shea, yes. Because the short answer is yes. You'll have more opportunity later on. But if you have specific questions under cross, feel free.
Yes, I do at this point, and maybe later, and you can stop me as long as I can speak later.
Yes,
So this area regarding the subtlety of slave burials or subtle activity upon the land is really new, and I would like to see some assurances that the archaeologist who would be retained would be a specialist in this area about soil core samplings. There are a number of things you can do without pulling in ground penetrating radar, but it is a new area and it is highly specialized. And I hope there would be provision for someone versed in those deeply sensitive and new tools.
I hear you. That's a bit more testimony than cross for what it's worth, but your point is made, and you can certainly bring that up again later on.
So do you want me to ask it like this? What provisions are made for the latest and deeply specific expertise for these sensitive and new kinds of archaeological discovery? Is that helpful?
That is a question. Yes, that does help.
Thank you. So is someone able to answer that for me, or is it something that could be written into the guidelines about the retention agreement?
Well, let's see what staff has to say in terms of how they do qualify. If at all. If they don't, then they don't, and then you can make that point later on too.
Okay.
Ms. Gomez?
I can defer to historic preservation staff who did the evaluation for this case.
Thank you. For the record, Mr. Chair, members of the board, good afternoon. I'm Tom Gross with the Historic Preservation Section. So Historic Preservation staff did review the report that was prepared by the archaeologist that was retained by the applicant. I'm not going to speak for the applicant in terms of who they might retain to perform the monitoring that is recommended as a condition of approval by staff. However, I will say that the archaeologist that conducted this study is certainly well known and to staff, and we would seek to be in communication with that retained archaeologist in terms of how they intended to do that monitoring. Staff is not recommending any additional investigation before work begins. Staff is recommending that an archaeologist be on site to monitor ground disturbing activities while they are occurring.
Thank you, Mr. Burke. Ms. Shea, back to you.
I think I'm able to comment later on, and I appreciate courteous guidance to all of us who are not trained as lawyers or in this planning process, that we can't always tell the difference between an appropriate cross line and a testifying line. So I appreciate the gentle admonitions about how to do that.
Absolutely. I appreciate you responding on that. The short answer is cross is about asking questions. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. But you're doing fine. So next we have Ms. Schweisgood. Are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay. Did I pronounce your last name correctly?
Yeah, Schweisgood. That's close enough. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Take it away.
Yeah, Mr. Gibbs got it on the third try. So, I mean, I appreciate that. I appreciate not being called Miss Melissa like when I'm at the dentist. I feel like when
we'll try not to emulate the dentist experience for you, if that's fair.
No, it won't be that painful, and I won't either. I wanted to clarify just how many entrances and exits can drivers use that they will be able to directly access the drive-through? I'm
Mr.
still a little
Patrick?
confused on that.
Mr. Patrick?
Yes, I'm here.
You spoke to how you evaluated entrances and entrances. That feels like a close enough to you answering that, if I may, Ms. Gomez.
Sure. So the number of access points, again, looking at this as a shopping center that's in there, the connectivity between the shopping center would be that any access point could be used to get to the McDonald's. I wouldn't assume that 100% of all traffic would go to any one of the access points, but the way it's designed, anyone would have the ability to use any access point to access the McDonald's.
So that would be 4 in and outs, and then 1 in and 1 out in addition to that. All right, Ms. Whitegood, any other questions on cross?
So then, so I understand that planning previously asked that SHA look at the entrance exit, that the driveway that's closest to the intersection of Ager and East-West Highway. Are they being asked to look at the other entrances and exits if, again, they also apply to this development use?
Mr. Patrick?
So as part of the application that went in there with that, like I said, this is where staff is made aware of their larger plan for the area, the pedestrian safety action plan. And they do look at all those. In that plan, they also retain all of the existing access points. So the modifications are going to be consistent with what they've been evaluating as part of that plan and as part of this proposal.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Whitegood?
Yeah, so the pedestrian safety action plan, my understanding is that does not consider the impact of the impact of a development, and that when the SHA looks at these access, I mean, is this that the pedestrian safety action plan is not endorsing a change in access or a change in use, correct?
Correct.
So then I'm wondering why SHA does not have to look at the rest of the entrances and exits along East-West Highway.
I wasn't saying that they were not looking at it. I'm saying that they actually did take that into consideration.
But they were
Mr. Patrick, we lost you. We can't hear you, Mr. Patrick. No.
Hello?
No. A little tiny bit, but it's very jumbled. Ms. Schweitgood, what I'm hearing, if I can turn you into a question, is that you're asking Mr. Patrick whether we asked SHA to evaluate all the other intersections and whether they did or did not. Is that what I'm hearing you ask?
Well, I would say all the other entrances and exits that
Right.
are on the state road. I would not be asking about Van Buren, but yes, the entrance and exits that are on East-West Highway.
Okay, all right, so that's the question. And when we get to Mr. Patrick, he can say whether or not they did ask SHA to evaluate those other entrances and exits that are along East-West Highway.
Just testing my mic again.
Yeah, now we can hear you fine.
Okay, great. Yes, SHA did look at the additional access points along the frontage.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and can you tell me where we can find SHA's response on that? The only response I have seen from SHA regards the one that's, again, closest to the McDonald's that they asked be merged, be narrowed into one clear in and out. I have not seen any communications from SHA or about SHA commenting on those other entrances. I'm just wondering if I missed something.
No, they didn't specifically speak to the alterations to any other existing access points. So what we incorporated into our findings and recommendations were based on what was proposed for modification from SHA as a part of that. But we did evaluate this with them, and they are aware of the shopping center, the use, the access points, all that remain, all that will exist, although they did not specifically speak to access point 1, access point 2, access point 3. So we incorporate comments based on modifications as they requested.
All right, thanks for the clarification. And one final question, just so I understand, did the transportation review look at pedestrian, and bicycle circulation and safety around the whole shopping center, or only the part with the proposed McDonald's where we see changes?
So part of the plan was, as I was trying to articulate earlier, was that we were attempting to tie into existing pedestrian amenities that are on there. Some of these frontages improvements would be outside of the detailed site plan, but additionally, we've requested that a circulation plan be provided for pedestrian routes throughout, as we're looking for areas across all drive aisles to go through parking areas. So we evaluated tying into existing, and that is the recommendations for crosswalks and stripings and the identified pedestrian routes that we know of.
So you're saying, sorry, it's a follow-up question. I know I said only one more. So then at a later point, are you saying you would be looking at a more detailed plan for possible additional crosswalks and things within the site. Again, to address the extra cars that would be coming into the site and driving across to the McDonald's. Or will the rest of the site be left as is?
At this point, I don't have any additional recommendation.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate all your information and the work you've done.
Thank you, Ms. Westgood. Mr. Wilpers. Have you, Mr. Wilpers, any questions on Cross?
I had my question answered already. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, so we're going to move along. Actually, Mr. Gibbs, do you want to cross the staff?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move to commissioners. There's no other questions for staff at this point. We will move to the applicant's argument and testimony on matters addressed in the addendum to the technical staff report. So, Mr. Gibbs, we're back to you.
Thank you very much.
Following that, by the way, we'll hear the opposition testimony.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, we appreciate the addendum to the staff report, which we not just support ourselves, but would incorporate as well as with the original staff report as part of our application. We endorse and support that. With regard to the conditions recommended for approval, we have no objection to any of the conditions. With regard, we would say though, with regard to condition 1E, these are conditions that have to be implemented at the time of certification. And on 1E, we would simply ask for clarification that staff agrees, obviously changing the 2 driveways to a single right in, right out would be, of course, occurring through the approval of State Highway Administration. And then condition 1J, which relates to provide, quote, highly visible traffic calming elements near the driveway. We support that concept. We would note that on the staff revision to the plan, they're actually showing painted speed bumps. But using the wording of the condition, obviously we would think that's one option, but that other options could be presented prior to certification as long as they are recognized traffic calming devices. And that's all I would have, except for having Mr. Lenhart testify briefly with regard to the transportation referral.
Mr. Lenhart?
Yes, I am here.
Mr. Lenhart, I would ask you if you had an opportunity to review the addendum to the staff report, as well as the referrals, including the transportation planning division referral.
Yes, I did.
And is the information, in your opinion, contained in the transportation planning division's referral memorandum consistent with the information you have provided to staff for inclusion in the report?
Yes, it's consistent with what we did.
And do you, in fact, agree with the conclusions of the Transportation Planning Division as well as the staff from a transportation and circulation standpoint?
Yes, I agree with their findings. It matches our analysis and it's consistent with the requirements of the transportation review guidelines.
Now, I wanted to ask you a question relative to the provisions of Section 27274 that are relevant from a transportation standpoint with regarding parking, loading, and circulation. You testified relative to your opinion as to those criteria being satisfied and met with the original site plan? Have you had an opportunity to review the staff's proposed revision to the site plan? And do you have an opinion as to whether or not those changes are better than what the site plan proposed originally, and whether those changes also establish conformance with the parking, loading, and circulation criteria in section 27274?
Yes. So in our analysis of the original site plan and the application as it was originally laid out, we reviewed 27274, 2A, B, and C, which relate to parking, loading, and circulation. And it was my opinion that the original site plan satisfied all of the requirements of the parking and loading and circulation requirements in the ordinance. I have looked at the new proposed layout that is a subject of the conditions on backup page 10 of 79 of the new backup materials, and the revised site plan as shown on page 11 of 79. And those changes, I believe, are good suggestions. I believe that they will even serve to improve access and circulation and parking. Again, we believed it met initially, but I believe that this would be even an improvement, and we have discussed these and we are in agreement with applying these.
Do you have an opinion as to whether pedestrian circulation on site is in fact safe and reasonable?
Yes, I do, and I believe it is. First of all, there is Mr. Patrick testified about the sidewalks along East-West Highway, and so those sidewalks do exist. There is a parallel sidewalk and pedestrian path that runs through the center along the front of the buildings that connects from Van Buren Street along the entire front of the existing shopping center. There is, and you can see in this image that there's a pedestrian crosswalk that's been extended from the proposed McDonald's across the drive aisle, so that there would be a full pedestrian path, not only along East-West Highway, but within the center along the front of the buildings to get to and from the McDonald's from Van Buren Street. And then as well with the pedestrian tie-ins that are not really shown well on this exhibit, but they are shown on page 11 of 79, the additional backup with sidewalks and crosswalks connecting from East-West Highway into the site and up to the McDonald's across the drive aisles.
Now, in your opinion, Mr. Lenhart, would you want to encourage pedestrian traffic through the loading zone at the rear of the shopping center?
No, I don't think that would be an appropriate place to bring people in. There's the crosswalk across Agar Road on this exhibit, where the traffic signal at East-West and Agar Road is, and that comes across Agar Road into a sidewalk tie-in that then leads along the frontage of the site, which gives direct access to the McDonald's through the sidewalk and pedestrian crosswalks that will be implemented with this project.
Could signage be placed at the entrance to the loading zone from Van Buren Street indicating no pedestrian access?
It could, yes.
Are you familiar with the fence that exists between the long inline retail building and the proposed location of the McDonald's?
Yes.
What is your opinion of the condition of that fence, and does it prevent pedestrian or vehicular connection from the loading space over to the McDonald's site?
As I recall, that's approximately a 6-foot chain link fence with with wire on the top of it that would prevent anyone from climbing that. So yes, that would prevent pedestrian access through there.
And did you actually meet with representatives of the State Highway Administration with regard to the driveway access?
I did, yes.
Was State Highway Administration aware of and have looked at the entirety of the access structure for the shopping center?
Yes, they were. They saw the entire site plan, and in fact, initially, before the DFP was ever submitted, as it was being prepared, the engineer approached the way about the potential for an additional access point to the center, back where the loading, where the drive-through comes in at the easternmost point of the site off of Vega Road. And State Highway said that they were not in favor of that. They raised the issue of the two driveways that are directly in front of the proposed McDonald's. That was, again, the subject of our conversation when we met with them recently. They had no concerns about the other two access points on East-West Highway. Their concern were the two that are shown in front of the McDonald's, right where it says East-West Highway. Those driveways are too close together to be two full movement driveways, and that's how they are currently utilized. They're about 40 feet wide each, and people, if you observe, people will go in and out both of those driveways, and it creates some conflicts and confusion, and that's what State Highway wanted to be corrected through channelization that converts those into one right in and one right out.
Thank you. Now, there was a question or a comment made by one of the planning commissioners relative to visibility as you're coming from, say, the intersection of Vega Road and East-West Highway, proceeding west around the curve there. Are you familiar with the weeds or what the visibility issue is relative to area within the State Highway Administration right-of-way as you approach the shopping center?
Yes, that area. There is right-of-way probably 30 feet or so of right-of-way, public right-of-way in the state before the site property begins. And State Highway does maintain that. You can look back in historical images and you can see that there are times where they have maintained it and cut the shrubs down, and site distance is good in those instances. And there are times in history where it appears they have not maintained that very well, and the shrubs have grown up to be 6 or 8 feet, maybe higher, which could cause some site distance obstructions. However, it's if you're in that crosswalk, there's no site distance obstructions from the crosswalk, and that area can be well maintained as long as it's or site distance can be well maintained as long as that brush is controlled.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Mr. Gibbs, you were on any argument, testimony, matters related to the addendum, so you're done with that?
Mr. Chairman, no, we absolutely agree with the addendum report. We agree with all the conditions, except as to the two which we sought a little bit of clarification on. And we have nothing further to add. We actually embrace and incorporate the staff report and the addendum as part of our case.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? No? Okay. Ms. Talarico, help me. Is this the time for a cross for the applicant from the opposition?
It would be, yes.
Okay, then we will turn to the opposition to see if we have any cross. Any questions for the applicant's team related to what they testified on? I still see Mr. Wilpers and Ms. Schweisgood hands up. I don't know if those are legacy hands or those are new hands.
Mine's a legacy.
All right, fair enough. If you could lower your hand, save me some brain power. Thank you. All right, so we have no question. Thank you, folks. No questions at this point. So we'll turn to the opposition for any testimony and matters addressed in the addendum to the technical staff report. I'm sorry, Ms. Shea, you did have cross?
No, I have a procedural question. It is late in the day. May we reorder some of our opposition members, please, to respect their non-compensated time here?
Yes, absolutely. I'll whatever order you want to go in is fine. I'll leave it to you all to decide that. I see I think there's 4 or 5 of you, and whatever you decide, Ms. Shea.
I will let my colleagues speak for themselves.
I don't mind, for what it's worth, the hour is late. I don't mind if you want to just talk amongst yourselves with us listening and decide who wants to go, rather than put you in some virtual room somewhere. So feel free to negotiate on camera for a second.
I just have to leave by about 4:15. That's my constraint, and I have oral testimony.
I'm able to go first unless someone else is in a rush.
Shea, Ms. Schweisgood, Mr. Smith.
Can we revisit this as we get close to Michael's edge, please?
Fine by me.
Thank you.
Flexible.
Lisa, did you want to go first since you are dealing with the concussion?
No, I can go second.
Okay. So I guess I'll go first so they could pull up my slides.
All right, give us a second to get to the right.
There we go.
Oh, perfect.
Excellent. So the applicant has from the very beginning stated that there is a problem with public safety in the parking lots and surrounding area, and that McDonald's will be the cure to those issues by bringing new development and cutting down the woods. And therefore, the homeless population will evacuate the area. And so my question to you is, will a McDonald's really make the current conditions in the current location safer? Next slide. The National Employment Law Project in 2019 did a report that shows all the ways that McDonald's fails to protect workers from workplace violence.
Mr. Chairman, I would renew my objection from before.
Yeah, Mr. Bravado, let's take a moment here. I just want to be clear. So what's before us and this limited scope is transportation, the NRI, there's stormwater management, historic preservation. There is an issue which the departure from design standards, will it address the trespassing issue? Now that is a public safety issue, but that's a very limited view of the public safety issue. What you're describing here is not within the boundaries of this limited scope public hearing.
Okay, so the fact that McDonald's generally are magnets for crime are not.
Objection, testimony.
Is this not testimony? Is this not closing arguments?
Mr. Gibbs, he's allowed, right? He's allowed to testify here. It's just that what you're testifying on is not related to the limited scope public hearing. It's just not relevant to us.
Okay.
Chair Shapiro, I believe
Yes.
what is before you right now is Mr. Gibbs has raised an objection to certain materials that Mr. Boato introduced into the record that are the underpinnings of his current presentation. So when Mr. Gibbs objected, saying that Mr. Boato was testifying, I believe, not to put words in Mr. Gibbs' mouth, but I believe he was saying that Mr. Boato currently would be having to make an argument on why those materials are relevant.
I don't believe, commissioners, unless without objection, commissioners, I don't believe this is relevant, and I do not think this should be part of the record.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, I think we have to be careful when we're doing land use regulation in terms of focusing on one particular entity. I think focus on the use, not the company. If this is Burger King or some other use or some other owner, I think I would have the same objection regardless of who it is. We just need
what about if it's fast? What about if it's fast food generally?
But it's an approved
considering.
Yeah, it's an approved use. So there's not an issue before us around whether or not fast food is allowed on this site. We're looking at a detailed site plan. So you're arguing that this is the wrong use. That's, you can talk to the county council, the district council, but that's not what's before us.
Okay.
With all due respect. So
no, that's fine. Well, we're definitely going to do that. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. So So I do want to strike this from the record. And Mr. Boato, by all means, if you have other things to talk about as well, I'll turn back over to you.
No, that's what I was going to talk about the crime issue.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, sure.
All right, who wants to go next?
I think Lisa, you're up.
Yeah, I'll go next. All right. Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Ensminger. I live at 7213 16th Avenue in the unincorporated part, Squirrel Park in Prince George's County. I am the treasurer of Carroll Highlands Neighborhood Association, a resident of nearly 10 years and a mother. I'll keep my comments today brief. I'm speaking today in opposition of the proposed McDonald's drive-thru restaurant at 6565 Acre Road at the corner of East-West Highway and Riggs Road. Proposed development does not serve the needs of the community. It seeks to destroy an established forest stand, as well as increase traffic and air pollution on a road that is already dangerous for pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers. My experience from driving and walking this stretch of road is that it's dangerous to both pedestrians and drivers alike. Difficult decisions to enter and exit the plaza and frequently block one or multiple lanes to enter and exit the driveway. This site is less than 1 mile from the Riggs Road and University Boulevard Purple Line station that is set to start serving riders in 2027. It seems very short-sighted to approve yet another fast food drive-thru in an area where high-quality, walkable, transit-oriented development should be a priority. The community wants spaces that our families can use for gathering, recreation, and play. We do not want yet another fast food takeout establishment that would worsen the dangerous conditions of the stretch of road, increase air pollution, destroy a local restaurant, and destroy a small forest. For the reasons stated above, I urge the planning board to disapprove DSP 22001 and the departure from design standards requested by McDonald's. Allowing this development to move forward would harm the local community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Huntsminger. Next. Mr. Werpus, Mr. Smith.
Okay.
Ms. Shea.
I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Chair Shapiro and board members, I'm testifying again on behalf of the Friends of Sligo Creek. Reminder, we're a nonprofit community organization whose mission is to help residents protect, improve, and enjoy the ecological health of Sligo Creek and its surrounding watershed. Our testimony augments that we provided September 24th. As before, we argue that the woodland is a valuable green asset for controlling stormwater, creating wildlife habitat, providing natural beauty, reducing the heat island effect, and absorbing greenhouse gases. We're encouraged that the applicant earlier today committed to abandoning their proposal to remove the woodland. They should now consequently withdraw their proposed departure from design standards. In the meantime, I would like, on behalf of Friends of Sligo Creek, to address the addendum to the staff technical report as it applies to the NRI. We do acknowledge that the minimum requirements of state law do not demand that the NRI document every tree in the woodland. As you heard, the NRI contractor relied, as allowed, on a sampling method that assesses the woodland by measuring only those trees in 3 small quadrants and then extrapolating from there for the entire woodland. Just 2 points to make on this. Sampling methods of this type are typically applied to very large tracts. Could be many square miles, for example, where it's impractical to count, identify, and measure every tree. But this woodland, being so small, could have easily been assessed more accurately, without neglecting the very large willow oaks, the black gums, and the persimmon, rather than applying statistical formulas to extrapolate from these samples. Second, sampling is most accurate when a forest stand is fairly uniform, that is, when the same mix of trees is distributed evenly across an area. This woodland is not of that sort. As a result, the sampling method overlooks some very important trees. The NRA itself states, quote, field conditions can change with variations in climatic conditions and time of year. Therefore, our conclusions may vary significantly from future observations by others. Close quote, and I include myself among those who made future observations. We are overall pleased that the original NRA found that A, the woodland does, quote, qualify as forest under the State Forest Conservation Act. B, is dominated by nine native tree species, plus the 3 that the survey missed, and that these trees, quote, did not exhibit any evidence of disease or insect infestation, close quote. And lastly, that it meets the requirements for a woodland of, quote, medium priority for preservation and restoration. As you heard earlier in the cross, the quote, EPS staff supports the retention of existing individual trees and vegetation. I did have a section on public safety. I know it's, as previously phrased, was considered out of bounds. However, I have to point out that the applicant, it's still part of the applicant's argument. The applicant has yet to withdraw the Department for Design standards, which includes lots of commentary about public safety and criminal activity. The earlier hearing, the applicant had a police officer from the Prince George's County Police Department to testify about public safety there. And to me, it seems only fair that the record also include what we've been trying to argue, which is that the woodland, losing the woodland and replacing it with the McDonald's should allow for introduction of evidence of studies showing the increased level of crime at fast food restaurants. In particular, I hate to say it, but the studies show it, in particular, McDonald's. It's part of our written testimony, so it's in the record. But we'll let that go. And finally, our mission is the ecological health of the watershed. So our primary argument remains that the woodland is a valuable green asset for all the purposes I mentioned earlier, and we urge the board to prevent the applicant from removing the woodland. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wopers. Anyone else? We have Mr. Smith, and I can't remember. I'm sorry, I don't have my list in front of me. Did I miss anyone else besides Mr. Smith? And Mr. Smith, are you going to go?
Melissa?
Has Melissa Schweiskuth gone? Has Mary Beth Shea gone?
No.
I think we're both here.
What's that?
I think Mary Beth and I are both here.
Okay, all right. Ms. Schweiskuth, you want to go?
I'm happy to go last.
Yeah, I mean, I can go now. I don't want to hold this up any further. So, Melissa Schweiskuth, I actually need to be sworn in, and was everyone else sworn in?
I mean, my mistake for not being consistent with it, but you all were sworn in at the last hearing, and this is a continuation of the hearing. So, Ms. Tellerico, we're probably okay, but I can swear people in and just to be safe, right?
You could swear folks in just to be safe, but yeah, it is a continued hearing, and they're under oath from the prior hearing. If you wanted to remind them of that as well, that would be appropriate.
Right. So I'm not going to bother swearing you in again, but you're all still under oath as you were from the first hearing. Thank you, Ms. Tellerico. I appreciate it.
Okay, so Melissa Schweisguth, 5020 38th Avenue, Hyattsville, zip code 20782. I'm going to be very brief. I just want to remind the planning board and planning commission that section 27-102 of the zoning ordinance states clearly that the purposes of the ordinance include to protect and promote the health, safety, morals, comfort, convenience, and welfare of the present and future inhabitants of the county, and to lessen the danger and congestion of traffic on the streets, and ensure the continued usefulness of all elements of the transportation system for their planned functions. I understand that this is the DSP phase and we're not looking at externalities, yet we have an unfortunate situation where there was not a preliminary plan of subdivision where we would be looking at these externalities. So I believe that it's really that the planning board is going against the ordinance by refusing to consider, or by refusing to consider the impacts on traffic safety in particular, on vulnerable pedestrians. We have children walking to school with their parents at the morning rush, which is surprisingly the peak for fast food. It's not the evening rush, people getting their dinner, but we see that the trip generation rates are much higher in the morning for fast food in the morning peak. And that's very concerning because that is the time when children they're going to Cesar Chavez, they're going to Rosa Parks. Parents are driving, they're walking, and not considering that to me is failing to uphold the zoning ordinance. I also did want to clarify the crash data I provided. I'm not going to ask for those to be put up again, but the crash data I provided were from a 0.15 mile radius, not a half-mile radius. I believe if I showed the half-mile radius, it would be just to show that this area is a hot spot. But that 0.51 mile radius just looks at the two intersections, which again are relevant to traffic coming and going from this site, and looking at 176 crashes in the past 3 years, just within a 0.15 mile radius. Not fishing here, not casting a wide net. I know that several of you have commented that you've gone through this intersection, you understand how it is. So I just ask that you please ensure that you are upholding the spirit of the zoning ordinance, and outside this case, figure out how planning is supposed to uphold the ordinance when certain review periods, review steps, phases such as the PPS are waived for certain land uses, and we're seeing that on an increasing basis. It's very unfortunate that the public feels like we don't have standing, we don't have the ability to comment, to change or improve, or in some cases push for disapproval if there is a violation of the purposes of the planning ordinance, the zoning ordinance. So those are my comments today. I appreciate everyone's time and the work put into this on all sides. And I do please ask you to consider the purposes of the planning ordinance in making your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Shea, you want to go?
Yes, I think I'm the last person, and I'm going to apologize.
I think we have Mr. Smith after you, Ms. Shea.
Right, he's our summation, but I think I'm the last chunk of stuff.
Okay.
No, that's incorrect.
Pardon?
No, I'm also providing my own testimony, Mary Beth.
Thank you, Greg. All right, so it's late in the day and I have a barking dog. It's Zoom. I got a barking dog, but I'm trying to speak a little bit on the fly, and I want to appreciate some items. Is my testimony in front of you? I can't tell. I think it is.
Is this Ms. Shea's testimony? Yes.
Yes, it is. But I'm going to be looking off to the side and not looking at you eyes to eyes, because I need to be able to read. And I'm also trying to...
You're actually just talking to your dog. We know it, but whatever you want to say is fine.
Okay. But I'm also trying to speak without getting interrupted by apparently not speaking appropriately. And I'm also at the end, and some new information has come in. So my first thing is to say, I so appreciate that the planning people interacted with the applicant and said, we need to do due diligence on archaeology. I'm sorry that that report was not put up. It was amazing and wonderful, and some of my testimony relies upon it. So let me go and turn my eyes, to what I need to speak about. So I think I am still saying that it looks like McDonald's is going to be approved by the planning board for all kinds of reasons regarding scope and what is written in the regulatory framework, which I support. I'm a person who believes in the rule of regulatory law. But I do want to say there's no reason McDonald's cannot keep the buffer that simultaneously provides some environmental remediation and also historic remediation. And I want to say that it should not rely simply upon Green Hill or the McDonald's complex ownership here to ask for the historic buffer. I'm a citizen. The history belongs to me and our entire community, and you all are partial stewards of this. This historical easement should remain. I also want to caution us about what looks to be the soft deployment of hostile architecture upon human beings in here. So please be very careful about that. Now I'm shifting to something that is a little more positive. And the applicant put this in place. Whenever you propose a deviation or a variance, it means that people like me get to propose a deviation or a variance. Why don't you join us in curating some of this historic significance? Why don't you build this? And why don't you include hard signage or digital web curation with things like GIS maps about what we know and are going to know in the future about the presence of history of our country upon this land, including that of 33 named enslaved people in the Diggs family lawsuit that I spoke about last time. Why not go bold? And why not curate this for all of us? And I invite the historic preservation people to come in here and over the future find ways to move beyond deciding that a property is historic and then putting it in the inventory for park and planning. Why can't we do more? And then the last thing I want to leave with is McDonald's opened early on in this process that this was going to be a destination. Placemaking. Okay. Then why don't you turn this into a place with more pedestrian friendly invite? The McDonald's at East West and Route 1 is in the center of a lot of traffic. It's a little different from what we're talking about here, but it's huge. Seniors show up to that McDonald's all during the week, and they sit and they keep nursing a cup of coffee. Why can't you make sure that you are inviting members of our community to actually use your place? Secondarily, can you show us that you would plan to partner with local schools and do fundraisers? Could you do reading for coupons? And at the same time, we're asking you, I appreciate that the planning board started poking at the different ways human beings walk into places. It's called billy goat trails or desire paths. You cannot control human beings and how they access and use space from where they live. It sounds like we could begin to be aware of this and make sure that there is some pedestrian and cycling and public transport aspect. So if you're going to do this, and it looks like you probably can, why can't you design, build to support the community regarding historic preservation and inviting people to come in outside of cars in the morning to get a coffee before they head to the district? All right, I've got my written comments here, and I'm very much assuming that Mr. Gibbs is not going to object to my written comments in the record. If he is, then give me more time to come in here and talk about them. Correct. I'm done.
Thank you, Ms. Shea. Mr. Smith.
All righty. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Do you want to hear me? I just want to check first.
Yes, sir.
All right. All righty. This has been a long process all in all, and it's been a long day. And I appreciate you staying with both planning board and staff. It's been these are a lot of difficult questions to work with. For the record, I'm Greg Smith. I live at 4204 Farragut Street in Hyattsville, and I am not being paid to appear here today. I respectfully request that you disapprove DSP 2201-001 and DDS 23001. While I appreciate that the planning board continued this case in October to allow additional exploration of certain issues raised by the community in previous comments, I believe that the planning board has erred in refusing to consider off-site impacts and refusing to consider significant aspects of the site's context. I don't know of anything in the ordinance that limits you to looking at on-site impacts. And in fact, you're charged with determining whether or not the project of the DSP meets the purposes of the ordinance. As Mr. Swiska has pointed out, you're also charged with making determination on impacts on certain resources, and you can't do that with a non-holistic assessment, one that's so tightly scoped. I also believe the planning board erred when it decided not to consider the potential public health impacts of this project, especially when Section 27284 of the zoning ordinance requires a DSP to be referred to the health department and charges the department with assessing the distribution of those health impacts in the community. That inherently states that means that you should be looking at the offsite impacts, and especially when those impacts fall in a community that is already subject to multiple social, environmental, economic stressors. So many that it appears to be an environmental justice community based on screening tools offered by the US EPA, MDE, and the University of Maryland School of Public Health. I testified on some of those stressors in my testimony at the earlier hearing, and I provided you with slides taken from EPA's environmental justice screening tool. Those stressors include very high percentages of residents being persons of color, high heat, this is an intense urban heat island, high traffic volumes, and commensurately high concentrations of toxic and carcinogenic traffic-related air pollution. That's a subject that's near, I wouldn't say it's dear to me, but it's one that I'm pretty familiar with. High asthma rates, lack of health insurance, high percentages of people not speaking English, and high percentages of children under 5 years old. It's the cumulative impact of these existing stressors and the added impact from the project that should be examined. The public health and climate impacts of idling motor vehicles at fast food drive-thrus are so significant that jurisdictions are banning drive-thrus. The city of new drive-through. The city of Minneapolis is one of the latest to ban them, and cities and towns in California, Missouri.
Mr. Smith, let me jump in for a second.
Yeah.
This is a limited scope hearing. There are 5 issues. Absolutely, hear your passion about this. But this is not related to any of the 5 issues on this limited scope.
Okay, Mr. Spear, I just made those statements to explain why I think that the scope of this hearing is deficient, and I think I have the right to put that on the record at least. And I'm done with that topic for now. So 27104 of the ordinance states that the requirements that are laid out in the ordinance are the minimum requirements. There's nothing that stops the planning board to some degree for asking for more and better from the applicants. And it should do so in this case. I'll switch to a couple of other topics that are so looking at the traffic analysis. There's no evidence in the record that whatever traffic impact analysis was done here accounts for approved projects in the development pipeline. There's no evidence that the ITE trip generation rates relied on here are representative of McDonald's or fast food drive-through rates in Prince George's County or regionally or nationally. COVID drove a shift from in-house ordering and eating to drive-through. There's no evidence in the record to indicate whether the trip generation rates used here were based on data gathered before COVID or during peak COVID or after peak COVID. The applicant's trip generation calculation assumes that 50% of the trips would be pass-by trips. There's no clear basis in the record for that assumption and no analysis of what happens to the overall number of peak trips into and out of the site if the number of trips bypass percentages is higher or lower. The shopping center will have 75 parking spaces, and the McDonald's will have another 54 for a total of, the total is 125. The McDonald's will have 2 drive-through ordering lanes. So how does the applicant justify such low peak hour trip generation rates, especially when the majority of the revenues for these outlets is documented to come from drive-through customers? How many trips will be generated if the drive-through is busy and the parking lot is full or nearly full? How would that affect on-site circulation and safety? How would it affect congestion and safety on local roads? None of these questions are answered. The applicant's trip generation calculation focuses on morning and evening so-called peak hours, presumably on weekdays. But what about other weekend days? We know traffic through here is 24/7. Mr. Shapiro, you've stated this intersection is miserable. Folks who have testified here, who live in the community, have lived experience that they can attest to is how awful this intersection is. But what about the other? We know the traffic here is practically 24/7, 365 these days. People drive a lot, and they do a lot of it outside of peak hours. So what about weekend days when youth sporting events or faith services tend to generate a lot of traffic and may generate a lot of trips to this McDonald's and to this shopping center? None of this is considered in any of the analyses that are before you, and you're charged with making some sort of determination as to whether or not this project is appropriate, whether it supports with and complies with the purpose of the ordinance, et cetera, et cetera. And the information is simply not there to make an informed determination. So I'll switch gears here to stormwater management. That was one of the issues that was listed for this hearing. I'll cover it as best I can. I'm the one who raised this issue, and I raised it partly within the context of climate change. And the staff's response goes partway, but only partway, in that the staff reached out to DPI, and DPI responded that, in fact, the applicant had complied with Technogram 007 2016 revised, which raised the figure for the intensity of a 24-hour storm to be used in stormwater management from 7.4 inches to 8.5. That was a step in the right direction by the county, and it's a long overdue step. The problem with that step, and I raised this issue in my testimony before, my question was, does it account for climate change and projections of increase, the documented increase in intensity and the projected increase in intensity? Because this is planning. You're the planning board, and you have to look at what is known to be coming down the pipeline for us. And none of that's being done in these analyses. So that 8.5 inches matches what NOAA has published and is acknowledged to be historic. NOAA, you can find it in an updated version of what's called NOAA's Atlas 14. That's the Bible for precipitation when it comes to stormwater management floodplain. But NOAA is developing Atlas 15, and that's to be published in there's a pilot out now.
Mr. Smith, I'm going to ask you to move on from this because it's not pertinent to what's before us.
Well, I think it is because you wanted to.
I know, but it's not. It's not.
Well, then let me put it on the record.
I know you have passion about it, but it's not pertinent to what's
Let me put it on the record, Mr. Shapiro, and then you're not even letting me present the points before deciding that they're irrelevant, and I think that that's improper. So, staff has recommended permeable pavement for the site. That's a step in the right direction. Will that permeable pavement's performance decline over time? Will it require maintenance to maintain the performance? If so, which agency ensures the maintenance is performed and effective? One of the issues I raised in my testimony in October was whether or not staff or the applicant knew whether the stormwater system that would receive discharges on the site has the capacity to handle those flows. It's pretty fundamental. If you got a 3-inch pipe that's draining into a 2-inch pipe, you might run into problems, and there's no answer on the record for that. With respect to the stormwater figures, what I'm trying to get to here is there are readily available public information sources out there from NOAA and from NOAA's Mid-Atlantic Research Center. It provides projections for storm events based on climate scenarios. And their finding is...
Mr. Smith, please move on.
I am working to do it. Please stop.
But no, stop it. This is not pertinent to what before. You cannot just talk because you want to talk. This is not.
I'm not talking because I want to talk.
This is not, Mr. Smith, this is not part of the limit scope hearing. Please move on.
All right, getting to the adequacy of the stormwater management design. If it does not include projections for that these are near-term projections for increases in 100-year storms and more frequent storms, if it does not include those, then this system is likely to fail. And you cannot make if you do not consider those factors, you cannot make an informed determination that this.
It's not before the staff. It is not before us. This is DPI. So please move on.
Staff relied on, okay, I've just said it. The projections are 11% higher over the next several decades and 20% higher a bit farther out than that. If you design based on the figures that they're relying on.
I'm running out of patience.
All right, and I'm done with my testimony.
Thank you. Do any other topics, or that was the last one?
Yep, I think I've covered them.
Okay, thank you. We are on applicant rebuttal.
Ready to make closing comments.
Before you do that, if you don't have any rebuttal, then I want to talk with my colleagues a bit about how we want to proceed, okay? And this is because I'm thinking before we get to summation and applicant summation, commissioners, are there more things that we need or want? First of all, I'm a little bit mindful of if we are looking for more information, are we up against any statutory deadlines if we, dare I say, ask for another continuance because we want some additional information? Ms. Tallarico, are we able to do that?
Ms. Gomez Rojas might have that information more readily than me as to what waivers the applicant has provided from the statutory deadlines at this phase.
Okay.
Yes, the applicant provided a waiver, but I would like to check with Mrs. Connor if this will cover.
Okay. All right. While you're doing that, commissioners, there's a number of issues that came out that I do feel like I'm curious about, wanting more information about. I can mention some of the ones I have. I can turn to you all if there's things that you want, if you all want to start, unless it's helpful for you to hear my frame for this.
The only thing I would offer at this point, and I guess the timepiece would be relative, I just appreciated Mrs. Shea's comments with regard, and granted, it's out of scope, and I want to thank staff for covering this as part of their second review. But in the whole notion, and I even jotted it down, it's like design and building the facility to support the community, like the historic markers. Right. Clearly, that would be something I think the applicant would have to proffer or look at. But looking at the restaurant as kind of a destination facility, I really, really appreciated her saying that. And as she was providing that testimony, envisioned exactly where I go, for example, to a spot for coffee or to meet up, or so I would just ask that be considered. The applicant.
I'm with you. Yeah, I'm with you. That caught my attention. That's definitely was on my list.
Oh, okay. That's it for me.
Others that you will have that if we were to seek out more information, if you want to, are there other things that you would be looking at?
I mean, depending on the timing, like I'd be interested to know a little bit more about the SHA plans. Like I know that we heard a little bit about that, but to me that's pretty important to know like where things are potentially going to make sure that we're not putting something in place that's just going to get torn down or reconfigured. Because if they're going to be changing the bushes and the other things around there that are just going to improve sightline or make it worse, and we're putting in something that's going to have high traffic in and out. I think that changes what we might have otherwise approved or not approved. And then I actually, as much as I don't want to open up a can of worms and stuff, I do think that the entire site is an interesting thing to explore, because people are going to be coming in here, and if they can't get in that first drive in, drive out, they're just going to queue up in the next one and go on the other site. So like, if they own the whole site and people are going to be going on to that, I don't know why we wouldn't consider the whole site in its entirety, and how people would actually navigate within there, and whether or not there's too many driveways, and how to kind of like prioritize people walking around that area. So I think that part of the testimony today really kind of caught my attention, and I'd like to see a little bit more on that, because when I was just reading the addendum, I was interested in like kind of the queuing and how that was going to happen, because it just said, oh, we're just going to wait for some drawings to see what we would do with it. And then now that we're thinking about the whole site, I think we can look a bit more holistically about that, and see whether or not we'd be comfortable or not with how that would work. And then on the trees, I mean, I'll just tell you where I'm at right now. I don't think we should be cutting them down. And I know that the community had wanted to get rid of some of that just for more security, but I would actually lean in the favor of keeping them as much as we can and trimming them up to like a certain height, like the 8-foot, I think, height that they had said in the staff report, to at least retain the trees, and just make it a little bit harder for people to potentially hide behind them or hang stuff on it and things like that. I don't know about if that would create problems, because that's far outside of my expertise or anything, but just knowing about environmental changes and climate stuff, like cutting down trees that are already there and doing a good job, I'm just really hesitant about doing that. Particularly to like in an area that already has social justice problems and stuff, like we're just introducing more justice kind of problems within there. So that's my initial thoughts on this.
I'm with you on all those. Vice Chair Bailey, Commissioner Giraldo, anything else if we go this route, anything else that you'd want to hear?
I just accept the comments of Commissioner Washington and Commissioner Dorner and yours. I'm not in favor of any of the trees being cut down. Certainly the lower branches can be trimmed, and I'm concerned about the circulation within and all the access points within that whole shopping center, and whether or not the idea earlier of seniors going there would be fine. But I just don't know the way that is with everybody coming in and out of different points, how safe that would be. So I think that issue needs to be looked at.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, as a destination point, I think that's very interesting. In my neighborhood, there is a McDonald's. If you go in there in the mornings before 10 o'clock, you will see a bunch of men sitting around talking to each other. Another McDonald's not far from where I live also. So you go in there on some days, there are a bunch of women in there talking. I don't know why they're separated. They should come together. But at any rate, these places are sometimes used as meeting places within the community. And so there's an opportunity to see that this could happen in this community as well. As far as the trees are concerned, that's a kind of a double-edged situation, because trees can be used as hiding places for folks sometimes. So we have to be very careful about that. And I think we need to look at that carefully and see what we'd like to see happen there. Is there some point where they can be partially cut down, but not all the way down? But you don't want a bunch of trees around McDonald's, because we don't want to use that as a hiding place for folk who are there for other reasons other than McDonald's. So that's my take on that.
Well said. Yeah, I'm supportive of all the things that I'm hearing, and I think what I'm going to suggest is that we turn this back to staff and work with the applicant. See if there is movement that we can make on this. And again, what I'm hearing is, we want you to look at the site as the shopping center as one site and designed as one site, and to think about ingress and egress and pedestrian safety and even the look and feel of it to think about that more holistically, because it really did feel from moment one, it felt like there's the McDonald's design and then there's a shopping center that not much is happening to. And that's not the reality of the situation. So that's point one is, sort of the whole project look for this. And to Commissioner Dorner's point, to get even more information about what SHA's plans are. Maybe it's integrated enough, but maybe not. And so if that additional layer of conversation can be happening, so that, that we're being very mindful of how pedestrian and potentially bike dense this area is. It truly is. That's one. Second thing is this issue around the departure from design standards, the tree, the public safety piece. We're, even amongst us, there's a tension around that. I err on the side of wanting to preserve the trees. I'm very mindful of the public safety concerns, though. And so another look at that and then filtering that with what Ms. Shea said specifically, which is preserving that buffer for both environmental reasons and historic preservation reasons. Maybe that tips the point a little bit toward the preservation, maybe. But I would ask staff to revisit that. And then I really, really appreciate the idea of Mr. Gibbs, if you and your applicant can look at what you might proffer from what you have heard from us in terms of, first of all, being an amenity for the community related to the historic site that's right next to it and how you could connect and build off of that. And then the second one is, what can you do to make this more of a destination, a pedestrian, a gathering place, have it be that kind of McDonald's? Because I agree, there are these McDonald's that's what they do in communities. And if we were to approve this one, I would want this to be it. So that's sort of where I come from the list. Some of those are proffers. And essentially, Ms. Shea also mentioned other community benefits that are maybe they're sort of lower hanging fruit, but it would go a long way towards showing sort of goodwill to the community, Mr. Gibbs. And so you might want to think about what other community benefits you might proffer. Not a full, community benefits agreement, but are there other specific things given the location? So commissioners, am I missing anything here?
Yeah, I just wanted to offer as part of the, because you're right, it is a 50-50 balance in terms of trees up, trees down. But if you're going to take a look at kind of creating a destination or space, and granted, there's an undesirable situation currently, but can part of that even be utilized to create more of a desirable destination?
Interesting, yeah.
Right. Since McDonald's was willing to invest in clearing it out for the community, that actually may have some benefit. You create a space where a community can take advantage of it. I don't know. I'm not a social justice science. I can't solve the problem. I'm just thinking about how.
But you're on the right track.
How there may be some balance there, or look at it. I mean, it could be surrounded by markers, etc. So I just wanted to get that off my.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. So I think what is important here is that staff is clear, and Mr. Gibbs, that you are clear with the direction that we are encouraging you to go, because at the end of the day, this is a conversation that you're all going to have with each other. So, Ms. Gomez, questions for us and for the attention, the direction of the board. Ms. Connor?
Mr. Chair, this is Sherry Connor again. Just wanted to confirm that we did previously receive an indefinite waiver from the applicant on this, and clear on the comments and direction you would like us to connect with the applicant.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Gibbs?
I took a page full of notes, Mr. Chairman, and we will certainly confer with staff and try to consolidate our understanding of the issues that were raised. I'm not sure that I fully understand, quite frankly, every comment that was made, simply because some were a little hazy, in my respectful opinion. But I will confer with staff and see if we can consolidate a list and move forward.
Okay. So I want to make sure that I followed our piece here. So this, if we continue this hearing, what's left would be, well, I have what's left here, and this may be wrong. What I have left here would be the opposition summation, and then the applicant summation?
Seems correct to me.
Okay.
Pulling up your rules of procedure just to make sure that I'm not having a late in the day brain lapse here on the order.
And the summation can be not just related to the addendum, but the summation is truly a summation. But I think it'd be hard to have that summation without without having staff come back or the applicant come back with where we have ended up after the conversation.
I agree with you, Mr. Chair.
So it sounds like if we continue the hearing, then we're going to continue this and we'll come back with a staff presentation or
Staff, I think.
yeah, staff presentation, and then we'll have the opposition summation, the applicant summation. Ms. Tallarico, will that work?
Sounds correct to me. I suppose the applicant in opposition could respond to the staff presentation.
So they'll have the opportunity to cross
Yeah.
the staff presentation. Okay. Okay, so then in terms of timing, I assume this is going to take a little bit more time than a week or two, and we're entering the holidays. And Mr. Gibbs, I understand you've been working this for a long time, but I imagine that we're looking at moving this into early to mid-January. So staff, is there a recommendation for what might work for a date that's going to work for our calendar?
We do have a full agenda on January 9th, so I'd recommend at least 16th as the earliest.
Okay, so let's do January 16th. And I want to see if there are questions from the applicant and the opposition as well. Mr. Gibbs, questions for you?
Mr. Chairman, it's 4 o'clock. My concern is coming back and going through another 6-hour hearing, because it has a way of getting like that with unlimited cross-examination. As I understand what's being asked of us, there are a few very concise issues that you want information on, and staff is going to end up making a presentation. I would just like some understanding that we're not going to be in an open-ended process again when we come back here on January 16th. That's going to lead to 5 or 6 hours.
It is certainly, I hear you loud and clear. It is certainly not my desire to have that happen. I will do my best and work with our team to make sure that we are very focused on the limited scope nature of this, very respectful of what you're saying, and I will certainly do my best to make sure that does not happen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, I saw you had your hand raised too.
Yes, thank you. So just procedurally, it sounds like staff is going to come back with another memo, correct?
With another what?
Staff's going to come back with another addendum, essentially, on the issues that we have talked about.
Right. So just as with this hearing, it seemed appropriate that staff, the planning board, published that memo at least 2 weeks prior to the hearing. Just as we did here, that was a staff's recommendation for this hearing, and it would be appropriate for the continued hearing, I think.
I think that does feel appropriate. Ms. Gomez, Ms. Connor, Ms. Tallarico, any concerns around that?
No concerns. That's what we will endeavor to do.
Okay.
Will anything be published in Spanish so that the community that's most affected will actually have a chance to understand what's going on here?
Let's very simply, it's not a heavy lift. Let's commit to translating the addendum in Spanish. And we'll figure it out so it's not a huge burden on you, Ms. Connor, and your team, but let's make sure that that addendum is in Spanish as well.
Thank you.
So all persons of record will receive notice of the continuation, right?
As is our practice.
Thank you.
All righty.
Commissioners, Ms. Staff, and Ms. Tallarico, anything else for the good of the order before we continue this to January 16th?
I just have a quick question.
Yes.
Shapiro, on the addendum. Do you want the addendum to be in Spanish, not the entire staff report, just to confirm and leave it in the record?
That's the addendum, yes. Okay.
And I just thought I saw hands up. I don't know if they're legacy hands or not, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Boato looks legacy. Mr. Smith looks legacy. Mr. Wilpers is no longer on, right? So I think we're all good. Okay, folks, unless there's anything, Mr. Wilpers, you are there. Any other? You're okay. Good, thank you. So we're going to continue this to January 16th. Do we need a motion to continue this to January 16th? I assume we do.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we continue DSP-22001 to Planning Board hearing date of January 16, 2025.
Second.
And I'm assuming that includes both the companion case as well.
Yes.
Okay.
And I should also note that it's limited scope.
Yes. Thank you. So we've got a motion by Commissioner Washington, a second by Vice Chair Bailey. If there's no discussion on the motion, I will call the roll. Commissioner Washington?
I vote aye.
Vice Chair Bailey?
Vote aye.
Commissioner Dorner?
Vote aye.
Commissioner Giraldo?
Vote aye.
Commissioner Smith? Oh, I'm sorry. I vote aye as well. The ayes have it, 5-0. I believe, Commissioners, we have no further business before us. Ms. Connor, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, then without objection, folks, it was a long day. I want to thank everybody for your participation on all sides and your patience and working through all the technology issues as well. And we are adjourned. Thank you.
Happy Thanksgiving, all.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Thanks, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Thank you.